Good morning. I have 8:30, so we'll go ahead and get started. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing same in the Omaha World Herald, OPPD outlets newsletter, OPPD.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on March 11th, 2022. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss two topics. The first, Power with Purpose Solar Update, and second, Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update. We will conclude the discussion no later than 9:50 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at approximately 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Williams, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
We do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:31 a.m. to discuss two topics. The first, Power with Purpose Solar Update, and the second, Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update. With respect to Power with Purpose Generation Resource Project Solar Update, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in infrastructure projects. The update may also involve discussion of legal matters, including contract negotiation matters that are protected by attorney-client privilege. With respect to the Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves matters that are confidential and protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine and involve the discussion of security of district property and utility infrastructure information.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Faulkner?
Yes.
Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Mulhoff?
Yes.
Director Moody is absent this morning. Director Spurgeon?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Yoder? Motion carried.
The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding two topics. The first, Power with Purpose Solar Update, and the second, Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update. No votes or other action will be taken. So at this time, public attendees will be removed from the WebEx event, and we will stop the WebEx event recording. So we are now going to reconvene in open session. I have a motion and second is required to reconvene. Do I have those?
I move we reconvene.
Second.
Second.
Faulkner?
Yes.
Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Mulhoff?
Yes.
Spurgeon? Has Director Spurgeon returned? I'll give her a moment. Director Williams
Yes.
and Director Yoder. Motion carried.
Okay, the motion to come out of closed session at 10:01 a.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to discussion regarding two topics. First, Power with Purpose Solar Update, and second, Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. Earlier before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all committees meeting. We will take public comments at the board meeting on Thursday, March 17th. The board meeting will be conducted remotely via WebEx events and will begin at 5 p.m. The public may attend remotely via WebEx events by going to OPPD.com, or they may come to the Omaha Douglas Civic Center to view the WebEx in person. We want to encourage everyone to wear a mask and to get vaccinated. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Sarah Howard, Janice Mulhoff, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. Craig Moody is unable to attend today's meeting. We will also have President and CEO Javier Fernandez, our General Counsel, Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, members of our executive leadership team, and OPPD staff. Additionally, we have a few attendees in this meeting consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. We conducted a closed session earlier to discuss two topics. One, the Power with Purpose Solar Update, and two, Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update. Today, we will hear the following committee reports. I will provide the governance report in Director Moody's absence. Director Yoder will provide the finance report. Director Williams will provide the systems management and nuclear oversight report, and Director Mulhoff will provide the public information report. But first, let's run through the safety briefing. CEO Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair Bogner. So as we always do with any OPPD meeting or event, we start with a safety briefing. Safety is our top priority, and this is certainly not an exception. Just a few reminders for most of us who are working remotely today and we're connecting to our WebEx remotely. Please make sure that if you're not feeling well or if you have a medical condition that may escalate, because we're not in the room together, it's hard for someone to ask for help in the same room. Rather, make sure that someone on the WebEx has information about yourself, either a phone number or address where we can assist. We can call in for help and send help your way. This has unfortunately proven to be a necessity in this remote working environment. So I will just ask you to make sure that if you're not feeling well, make sure that someone on the call has information on how to assist you. Make sure that your meeting area is free of trip hazards, things that you can trip on, and make sure that you have a clear path to exit your location should you need to exit. In the case of a fire, make sure that you have located fire extinguishers, that they're in good working condition, as well as first aid kits. Please, if you're in a public building and you have elevators, do not use elevators in case of a fire. Always use the stairs. Always remembering to use the 3 points of contact, 2 feet on the ground, 1 hand on the railing. Today, we're not expecting tornado or severe weather, although we are getting closer to that time of the year. So it might be a very, very important practice for us, all of us, to always remember where would you shelter if severe weather were to hit our service territory. We don't do these very often, again, because we're not necessarily all together yet, but we will here soon. But consider your plan if there's an armed or hostile intruder, whether at work or in any place in your social life. Make sure that you know what to do, that as you're sitting down at a restaurant, that you're sitting down at your desk, you have planned a route to escape, to run, to hide, or to fight, in that order. Going to the right side of the screen really quick, psychological safety reminders. I'm going to focus on number 4 today, which is give everyone a voice. Show people that you value them by allowing, and not only allowing, but also encouraging them to contribute ideas or ask questions. There are some of us who are oftentimes speaking a lot. Other people may be a little bit quieter. Not only allow them, but encourage people to put their ideas on the table. This is really something that fosters a good, psychological, safe work environment. Next slide, Ms. Inners, please. Again, just continue to reduce sprains, strains, and tears. These are, again, these injuries contribute to our overall incident statistics. These are the most common injury, just soft tissue injuries. Make sure that you're warming up, that you have a good ergonomic position as you're starting any physical work you have. We continue to improve hazard management, identifying hazards and removing hazards as much as we can before we even start any piece of work. And the last one, March, is Workplace Eye Wellness Month. And so celebrating the month of March, many things we're celebrating in the month of March, but in terms of safety, it's eye wellness, workplace eye wellness. Healthy vision is crucial for productive work. And we want to make sure that we remind all of our employees to use protection. When hazards cannot be removed, use the protective equipment that we have recommended or required. In this case, using goggles or any form of protection for your eyes as you're starting any physical work that could result in damaging your eyes. That concludes my safety briefing.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so we'll hop in here for the Governance Committee Chair Report. We had a couple items on the agenda where we had good discussion. The first being that we looked through the proposed non-substantive changes to our board policy binder. So this was something that was brought forward during the board workshop in October. And Mr. Foch and his team have prepared a redlined version for the entire board to review. There are red lines to the proposed language, or there are proposed red lines to the board policy language in that document, as well as comments and context provided in comments. So where the revision was prompted by a discussion that either occurred during the workshop or the board survey that was done ahead of the workshop, that is notated. There are also a couple questions that OPPD staff have posed that that we as a board need to provide some direction on before we adopt these changes. So what we would like to see is that by April 1st, all board members review the red lines and return to the governance committee items that they'd like to have on the docket to discuss during the next all committees meeting, because the changes may be more meaningful than what non-substantive changes would kind of allude to, or areas that you have questions about the change. And that will form the basis of our discussion at the April all committee meeting, as well as the April pre-committee for the governance committee. So then the intention is to bring that red line version forward in April to have those conversations and then move forward through the process of adopting those changes. The next item on our agenda was the board work plan. So again, as an outcome of the board workshop, we were going to work through a revision to how the board work plan is, I would say, processed by all the committees. So the objective of this conversation was to review and articulate how items get identified and put on the parking lot. So we see three different paths for that, one being in committee, one being during the board meeting, or individual requests that would really go through committees if there is an obvious committee that would cover that topic. And so then during the course of the all committees meeting, we as a full board would be talking about the parking lot items, and if anything from that parking lot needs to be elevated to the work plan. And then from there, then if those items, or if items are selected to go on the work plan, and those become owned by a committee and goes through a process of being resourced by the CEO, being prioritized between the board, board chair, the committee chair, and the CEO. And then determining what actions should come out of that from when that will fall on the committee's work plan. So then on the quarterly basis, We'd like to see each committee chair report out as part of their chair report the progress on the work plan. So let's see, next steps for this is I believe that Scott Foch will be following up with each committee chair to kind of talk through this practice and confirm the status of the items that are currently on each committee's work plan. And then you'll be briefed on guidelines to help you manage the process as well. So more to come on that. We also had an item here where we talked about meeting logistics. So a couple items that came into conversation was, masking at our in-person meetings. So still following the guidelines and the resolution that we adopted last year, but then noting that currently our area is in like below the threshold to require masks. So we're just going to monitor that as we plan for our April in-person meetings. We discussed that the March meetings today as well as Thursday will be virtual. And then the Thursday meeting in April will be in person, and presently the location is expected to be the Omaha Douglas Civic Center. Some more on that later. We are currently planning to cancel our all committees meeting and board meeting in July. We had held that as tentative, and so we'd like to go ahead and take that off the calendar at this point. And then looking forward to August is potentially the first time that we can bring our all committees meeting back in person. And so more information will come out as that becomes a better reality later this year. We also had a discussion regarding presentation materials shared by the public during our public board meeting, and the governance committee presently is going to continue to allow members of the public to show materials, and as you know, if that becomes a more regular request, we can address it at that point and put in tighter rules around that if we need to. We also discussed some procedures at the board meeting to identify a clear and consistent path if we were to have any members of the public, I'd say, become out of order during their public comment period, either during a board action item or at the open discussion towards the end of the meeting. And put into place a very consistent methodology for how we will handle any disturbances if there are any that way. We had confirmation of board work plan, which will continue to be an item that is on every committee's agenda going forward, but with some of the revisions we just talked about, and then of course the committee direction at the end. So I'm just going to ask, Mr. Foch, could you confirm for me where the board is going to be able to find that board policy binder with the red lines? I know presently it's under the pre-committee governance materials. Is there going to be another area within Diligent where they can find that document to review?
Thank you, Director Bogner. That's where the document currently sits. During that conversation, there were a couple of red lines to the red line. We're in the process of making those. And when that document is ready, I think within the next 24 hours, we'll be able to get that to the board directly as well, or at least signal in Diligent where else it might be found.
Okay, so stay tuned, but know that you have a due date on April 1st to get the governance committee some feedback. Be on the lookout for that. All right. So next up we have, so that concludes the governance chair report. The next thing on our agenda here is a report on severance agreement. Mikkel.
Good morning. I'm not Mikkel, but thank you, Chair Bogner. I'm Joyce Cooper, and I'm the Director of Diversity and Inclusion. And Mikkel is, Ms. Pender is out this week, and she asked me to sit in and give the report. So with that, I'll give the report on the severance agreement. So during the last month, we made a severance payment that exceeds $50,000. and so may be subject to the requirement for reporting settlement agreements under Section 84-713 of the Nebraska Revised Statutes. All of the details of the report are in diligent, and if there are no questions, I will turn it back over to Chair Bogman.
All right, I am just looking to see if there are any hand raises. I am not seeing any. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next item here is Finance Committee. Director Yoder.
Thank you, Chair Bogner. And thank you, Mo, for pulling up the agenda that we had for our meeting. Much of this is going to be covered in today's meeting. The items so items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, we did allow the committee to ask questions if necessary, probe to see if there were any things that needed to be done kind of in the privacy of that pre-committee meeting. I can't report it that there was anything that there was much discussion there. You will get to ask your questions. I'm thankful that you're all prepared to do that for today's meeting on all of these, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 2 items. I'll jump down to the confirmation of the board work plan and then back up to the decarbonization study review. I have a duty and an action item for myself to summarize the discussions that we have been having in Finance Committee over the past year as we move forward on our rate design review process. That we will get an update on what the rate design principles project will be doing in the Finance Committee in April. So having this for that review will be useful, I think, to provide continuity, and that's on me. The other thing that, no other thing there, I guess. So that's going on. We haven't stopped work on the SD2. Board should know that we're doing it. I'm really looking forward to the rigor of the process that CFO Bishop is bringing and actually Brad Sire and the rate design principles team is bringing to this project that will be moving forward. The other thing is back to the decarbonization study review. OPPD had a third-party subject matter expert provide their observations and recommendations on the decarbonization study and modeling. I'm just going to reflect on this for a little bit. I think it really shows the strength of OPPD as an organization to invite this third-party review. I'm very thankful for it. We heard from those external national experts that OPPD is among the leaders in the utility industry in doing this. So that only happens when you are strong enough to invite that kind of thing. And so I really am thankful for what happens there. So I do appreciate the IDOC report. My personal takeaway was an appreciation. So as an engineer, back to 40 years ago, when there was training in how to be an engineer, they tell you to draw system boundaries and to be very mechanistic in how you approach problems of the world around you and that you're going to tackle. But what I heard out of the IDOC report is kind of a much higher level, and OPPD is doing a pretty good job of that. And I think it's a transition and a cultural change, I guess, to be more organic or to try to integrate different pieces together. This is a change, and I'm thankful for the observation that it's happening, that OPPD is doing a very good job of this. And so kudos to everybody involved in this, both that IDOC committee and people that are listening to it and OPPD's response. I wanted to open it up if there are any other members of the Finance Committee, Craig's not here, who wanted to talk about that. It was a very full session. We met for a long time, and I'm not sure everybody got a chance to observe what went on in the IDOC, get everything said that they wanted to. Mary or Mike, did you want to say anything?
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
I'll just say that I was really impressed with the report, and to acknowledge that the study that OPPD did was excellent, leading up to the part of the decarbonization effort. And as the three really nationally renowned experts indicated, there are limitations to what every study can do. And so they were simply finding some more pieces to bring in for OPPD to think about and be aware of as we move forward. I really appreciated all of their work, and I'll echo you, Director Yoder, that it takes a strong organization to be willing to go outside and say, please come in and critique our work. We'd want to hear what you have to say. So excellent all around. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution there. Okay. Well, that's the Finance Chair report. Thank you, everybody. Let's go ahead. I'll turn it over to CFO Bishop and his team and to take it over from here. We'll start off with the annual financial report.
Thank you, Director Yoder. We're excited to go through the 2021 annual financial report. I do want to highlight that these are unaudited results. We're in the process of getting that completed. We will be meeting with BKD, which is our external auditor, coming up here on Thursday, March 17th. Our goal is always to get the information to the board as quickly as possible. We feel that the results are accurately reflected here, but again, the focus is to get the information as quickly as possible to the board so it's relevant information for decision making. I did have a chance to meet with the audit partner, Amy Schreck. She was very complimentary, didn't see any issues in terms of the results, so we don't anticipate anything coming out of that meeting, but I did want to highlight they've been doing their audits remote. They were very complimentary of the team and the quality of the information provided, so hats off to Laura Langford and her accounting team who've gotten us across the line. I'm going to jump right into the report if that's okay. Mo, if we could go. Perfect. There we go. Before we jump just into the different tables here, I think it's really useful to go beyond the numbers. And when we look at 2021 was a very unique year, and there's an interesting story to tell. I'm going to break it down into two different categories. One is extraordinary events, and the second is non-standard items. And I apologize if that's the accountant in me speaking. But when we look at what I would qualify as extraordinary events, we had the 2021 polar vortex. We also had storms in both July and December. And overall, we weathered those storms very well, especially if you look at us compared to a lot of the other utilities that were impacted notably by the polar vortex. We saw only a slight increase in costs, and I'm going to walk through that in a little bit more detail here in a moment. But again, we weathered those storms very, very well, and we're fortunate for that. And I'm going to talk through some of the elements that led to that. On the non-standard side, we had this large transfer that came from the Deborah account. We walked through that in December with the board where we transferred we completed an asset liability study. We had additional funding available in the nuclear decommissioning fund. We were able to transfer some of the reserve dollars that were sitting in the Deborah account to our retirement plan, which resulted in a really good outcome for our employees. We increased our funding ratio of our retirement plan, went from 69% to 72%. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we do the SD14 report out. But again, just some unique items. You're going to see those as we walk through the different results here in terms of the report. But it's important to call those out because those will be themes as we go through the report. I did want to highlight that in addition to that, we were still able to deliver our debt service coverage at 2.0 for the 12 months rolling, ending 12/31. And then at the same time, we had cash on hand of 215 days. So our liquidity metrics were met as well. So again, hitting all of our key metrics, weathering storms, and also being able to fund our pension plan. Again, a very good result. As we jump into the report here, In terms of retail revenues, those came in at 1.1 billion, which was over budget by roughly 12% or 122 million. I'm going to really break that down into two components. The largest driver of that was the DEBRA transfer. And so I want to take a moment just to walk through that in terms of the DEBRA account and how that functions. As a reminder for folks, if we have if our debt service coverage is above 2.0, any additional fund amounts that are above the 2.0 debt service coverage, we're able to utilize and transfer into the DEBRA account. And so when that happens, what we do is we take revenues and reduce revenues and place those into the reserve. And the revenues are decreased until a later date when those will be matched against an expense. When we utilize those revenues, which we'll talk about here in a moment, those are recognized along with the associated expense. And so when we look at what happened in 2021, we had the DEBRA transfer. We recognized the fact that we had adequate funding in terms of nuclear decommissioning. We took those funds, we placed them into a retirement plan. That resulted in increased revenue. And at the same time, we also recognized the expense. And so those are going to be two things that you see as we walk through both retail revenue and O&M expense. You'll see that those are elevated as a result of that transfer, and that was anticipated. The other item that we noted in retail revenues that caused the increase was increased in sales relative to our retail revenues for residential, commercial, and industrial covenant customers, and that totaled about $27 million. So between the $95 million transfer and the $27 million increase in usage from customers, that equated to the $122 million increase in retail revenues above budget. As we move on, I wanted to highlight in the middle two sections, we've got what we have as off-system sales revenue, and then also fuel and purchase power. And I'm going to walk through both of those separately in a moment. But as you're thinking about our business, it's important. I like to bring those two together and call them our net power costs. And really, the story there is when we're looking at balancing our system, we have off-system sales that are a result of extra generation. We also have the cost to generate and also the cost to purchase power that's needed to meet our load. And there's so many dynamics that come into play there. They're often easiest to look at together. And especially when we're talking about the polar vortex, the net impact of those was really a net underperformance of $53 million. But again, when we think through what that means in the larger scheme relative to others that were impacted by the polar vortex, we again did quite well. And I do want to take off my hat to the folks at Energy Marketing and Trading who actively worked to this the system, doing the different balancing and also bringing in costs definitely lower than they could have been had they not actively managed that. So very good job from that perspective.
If I can join and also extend my kudos to the team. I thought they did a great job and great job organizationally to have that and have that skill set. Just for a moment, Janice has her hand up.
Thank you. And I put my question in the chat, but the DEBRA funds, were they allocated evenly between all the account types then? Where does that, because it looks like all of the residential, commercial, industrial revenue, where did those DEBRA funds fall in then?
You'll see that again, it was in Q4, you can see the increase ultimately in terms of it's an other revenue. And I'll double check that with the accounting team, but I don't.
I can provide just a little bit of context here. Where the DEBRA funds went, they went to the pension fund, right? So there's no allocation between customers. That $95 million that Jeff has described, it went to give an additional boost to the funding of our pension fund. But Director Molhoff, to your question, maybe your question is, where did those monies come from, right, in the previous years? It's really hard to tell because it's a bunch of netting, and these are funds that we started collecting in 2018, 2019 and 2020 that eventually made it into the account.
I was just looking at the first graph up there on retail revenue, and it shows, I mean, that shows us over budget. And I think Laura answered my question in the chat then. So
got it. Just from an accounting perspective, right?
Just where, yeah, because it shows, the graph shows all that additional revenue, and it looks like it was allocated evenly among those classes. So thank you.
Thank you, Javier
Thank you,
and Laura,
Director.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was thanking Director Mulhoff and asking her if she was complete. Did you have a follow-up comment there?
No follow-up. Thank you.
CFO Bishop, I feel like I cut you off, and then Amanda has her hand raised. CFO Bishop, did I cut you off?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Bogner?
Can you all just remind me, please, is the decommissioning and benefits reserve account only for decommissioning Fort Calhoun, or is it a generic decommissioning bucket that in the future will fund as we decommission other assets?
That's specific to Fort Calhoun.
Okay.
Good question.
Rick, we can't hear you.
Sorry for the interruption. Thanks for the clarifications and the questions. Back to you, CFO Bishop.
Thank you. So as we look at the individual off-system revenue chart, you can see in obviously Q1, that's where we saw an increase in prices that resulted in a large above budget benefit in terms of off-system revenues, again, associated with the polar vortex. Correspondingly, we also saw our costs go the other way, an increase in costs from a fuel and purchase power perspective. They increased by $243 million above budget. Again, that was primarily due to higher prices as a result of the polar vortex weather event. I'd mentioned in terms of going back up to O&M expense, again, you'll see that we were largely on budget relative to the first 3 quarters. As we go to the 4th quarter, you'll see a large increase. And again, that's associated with the Deborah transfer. We also did have some additional costs come through the year for July and the December storms, which pushed us slightly over. And then as we get down to other income and expense, again, minimal volatility in both of those areas. We came in largely in line with our budget. Any questions? All right, Mo, can we go to the next page, please? So that gets us down to our operating income. We'll see that for the year that we came at $75.2 million, which was $20.6 million below budget. Again, that's largely associated with our storm costs. And if you go down to the next table, you'll see again that carries on relative to net income. We came in at 27.9 or $14.7 million below what we had budgeted. As we move over to our cash position at the end of the year, you can see that we ended at $636 million or $168 million above budget. That's higher due to the November bond issuance that we did in support of our 2022 capital program. In addition, we also saw that we carried more cash due to delays in our capital spending, which I will touch base on here next. And when we look at our capital spend program, if you go back, well, that'd be great. Thank you. As we look at our capital expenditures for the year, again, a very robust year in terms of expenditures, $314 million. So again, a lot of work being done relative to power with a purpose, different distribution projects. My hat goes off to the teams who contributed to making all of that happen. It's a very robust year. In terms of where that put us relative to budget, we were 15% or $56 million below what we had originally projected. And that's due to delays that we saw with the power with the purchase purpose projects. When we look into that a little bit more, the largest portion of the variances is associated with timing of those projects, and specifically when we were able to get the contracts executed. Those contracts were signed later than expected, which ultimately pushed out the start dates and then ultimately reduced the amount of capital expenditures that we experienced in 2021. Any questions?
I don't see any questions.
All right. Well, can we go to the next page, please? So here we've got our retail revenues broken down between the three classes of retail customers. And then we've got also both a look at revenues and then also volumes. And I have to say, I think it's a really good looking picture as you look to see this inclining left going from 2021 actuals, especially on the revenue side, increasing up through 2020 actuals going up through 2021 actuals. So we continue to see load growth and consumption in the various classes that we've got of customers. Again, especially as we look in terms of volumes over in the commercial and industrial space, looking at 2020 versus 2021, really good to see the increase over the course of time. A lot of businesses were impacted by COVID. We've continued to see additional organic growth within all customer classes, which is beneficial to the financial health of the utility. There's a couple items to highlight as we look at residential. I'll go down in order. The residential class, we saw an increase over the prior year of 2%, both in terms of revenues and megawatt hours. Again, part of that was associated with weather, but part of that's associated with just organic growth. In terms of the commercial revenue and sales, saw an increase of 4% over the prior year. Again, part of that, which we saw in 2020, was the impact of COVID, so we're seeing a good recovery there. And industrial is a bit of a different story. So when we look at this, we'll see that from a megawatt hour perspective, that there was an increase of 9% over the prior year. However, the dollars increased by 22, almost 23%. And that's a bit of a unique situation. We've got, we do have pass-through provisions in rate schedule 261M, where those customers experienced wholesale prices and would have experienced the increase due to the polar vortex from a pricing perspective, which is why you see the mismatch between revenues and megawatt hours sold.
Thanks. I was going to ask about that. What might we expect in the coming years? Was this unique to this year, that mismatch? And then in seeing the coming years, if it is event driven, are we going to see something less than the 23% in industrial revenue growth? Or, I mean, I know it's hard to predict the future.
Great question. We do our best. We'll be wrong, but what we currently have in the forecast is 11.6% increase in industrial growth in 2022. And again, that doesn't include anything. We assume that would be at market price, so we wouldn't adjust any of the revenues relative to unusual pricing events, such as polar vortex.
Yeah. And then at the same time, we would expect something more modest on the commercial and residential, something more in line with what we had last year.
Correct.
Okay.
Good picture for the utility. And again, very excited to see us come out of the pandemic and to continue to see what I call the slant left increase in terms of revenues and megawatt hours consumed. Any questions?
Yeah. I'm just trying to internalize this. It is where we are, so I'm not trying to pass any kind of judgment on good or bad, and yet I'm still asking, is this intensity of industrial growth a good thing? And how related to SD11 is it?
In general, we do want to continue to see customer growth in terms of all of our customer classes. We want to see diversification in terms of individual customers and diversification between not only customer type but industries that they're that growth is coming from. But in general, definitely as we look to advance forward, especially with the different initiatives that we've got in play at the district, we will want to make sure that we continue to see load growth over the course of time, a measured approach, so that we've got time and effort, to implement the necessary infrastructure. But load growth is a good thing over the course of time.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions or hands.
I think that's it for the 2021 annual financial report.
Great. Let's keep moving.
All right, so we've got the next series of items. We've got the retirement or pension plan, the 457, 401k defined contribution plans, the OPEB A and B plans, and again, that'll be as we're looking at this year and getting to the point, we'll be reporting out on those and how they performed. Again, these are huge pieces relative to the financial health of our employees, and specifically ensuring that we've got a good oversight on these. I'm really impressed in coming on to OPPD to see the level of focus that the board takes and making sure that they're understanding the financial health of these different plans. The questions we've received have been fantastic. And so with that, I'm going to pass it to John Thurber to walk us through the report here. And I believe we've got Siegel Marco in the queue, Jeff Busick, as well as Keith Reynolds to assist with an explanation of the performance of the retirement plan for 2021.
Thank you, Vice President Bishop. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about the retirement plans. I'm actually going to be passing this over very quickly to Jeff Busick of Siegel Marco, our investment advisor and consultant on our retirement plan and OPEB and 401k plans. I'll briefly just state that the retirement plan at the end of December of 2021 ended up just short of $1.3 billion. That compares to about a $1.1 billion balance at the beginning of the year, and so a significant increase in fund assets over the year. As we talked about earlier, we did make an additional contribution of $95 million from our decommissioning and benefits reserve account. That was on top of the normal $56 million that the district contributed. That was the annual required contribution that our actuaries determined. So really $150+ million the district contributed to the pension plan in 2021. You can see the investment gains net of fees were $74 million. And our asset allocation ended the year within our policy guidelines. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Jeff Busick, and also we have Mr. Keith Reynolds. Both of them are with Siegel Marco, our investment consultant. If we can go through and they'll go in greater detail about the performance of our plan and also the individual performance of our investment managers.
Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me all right. We had a meeting late yesterday on the defined contribution plans, and my computer seemed to be loaded up with a bunch of gremlins. So I'm hoping I can get through and you can hear me the whole time today. Well, so, first of all, it's good to see everybody, albeit again from a distance, and I hope next year we're back in person and we can maybe even shake hands at that point in time. I'm gonna real quickly just divert to because I don't see you guys very often, but just to wish you all well that are Cornhusker fans. As a Pitt alumni, I'm happy as can be that you guys picked up Mark Whipple, and I hope he can do for For Nebraska, what he did for Pitt, Pitt and Nebraska go back a long way, almost 30 years now. We were shuffling Steve Peterson back and forth for a while. And, at the time, neither school really likes to look back on with a lot of fond memories, but we do have a history there. So I wish you all well football-wise. And with that, I'm going to turn to, we've got the agenda up, which is good. So you can see what we're going to cover. This should be familiar to those of you that have been a part of this for the last few years. This is what we're going to cover. If we can turn to the next page, page 4. So I would tell you that 2021 was an extraordinary year by any measure. As you look across this, the market returns here, the GDP for the U.S. was up almost 6%, up almost 7% for the fourth quarter. Consumer confidence rose, housing was strong. Consumers borrowed almost $16 trillion, which was up about $1 trillion from where it was the year before, which was one of the single year biggest jumps since 2007 and right before the financial crisis. So, when you look at the markets here, equities were strong with the exception of the emerging markets. The fixed income area was down. U.S. markets down about 1.5%. The international markets down almost 10%. So it was a tough road for bonds. When you look at the U.S. equity markets, the growth in value and mega cap, small cap, there are a lot of mixed signals there. Mega growth stocks did very, very well, outperformed pretty much everything. And small cap growth stocks lagged, the markets considerably. They were positive, but they were the lowest performing area. So despite all these numbers that you see, at least most of them being positive, it was a very difficult year for active managers. There aren't many of them that I've seen that outperformed their benchmarks just because of the volatility that was associated, with the markets in 2021. We turn to the next page, page 35 here. You can see the asset growth from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. You see that next external growth number, $57 million. That's a net number. That number is usually negative because our payments out are more than our money in. But last year, you can see the footnote down there. There was a $95 million contribution that was made. So that net number goes up and is, again, kind of what John Gerber mentioned earlier, where you see you are at the end of the year, just shy of $1.3 billion. Next page is our first financial objective. This is the first year since 2018 where we did not meet this first financial objective. As you can see here, the plan net of fees returned 6%, so just about 3% behind the benchmark for the year. And that had a material impact on the trailing numbers that you see there, where we're pretty much negative territory except for the 10 years and 15 years where we're ahead. So anytime you see these point in time numbers, it's not unusual to see the most recent period of time have an impact on the longer period. The last time that we underperformed the benchmark was in 2018. The numbers then were actually positive too. I'm sorry, we're negative in 2018, and we underperformed. But again, this time, as you look through this and as we go through the detail in a few pages, you'll see the comment that I mentioned earlier about active management. It was a tough year for active managers. Excuse me, if you go to page 37, this is the second financial objective that we have here, and this one's related to the rate of inflation. So what we're trying to do is earn 4% over that rate, and as you look at the 10-year period here, we've earned 8%, which was above the 6.2 number for inflation plus 4%. And over the 20-year period, we're about 10 basis points ahead of it over that 20-year period. So we have met the second objective, which is one really focused on maintaining the purchasing power of the plan assets. So we're in good shape there. Page 38 just starts to get down into the more granular detail of the individual managers here. And our domestic equity managers are on this page. And as you can see, the index that we have against the Russell 1000 is tracking as we would expect. Wellington, you can see that performance there for the first time really dropped off significantly in 2021. You can see the return just shy of 10% versus a return of just shy of 25% for their benchmark. There were really a couple of things that materially impacted their portfolio in 2021, primarily healthcare issues and their allocation and overweight to the healthcare market, as well as issues in the information technology area of the market. Those two things were largely responsible for the underperformance that you see here. Again, anytime we take on active managers in a portfolio, we'd all like to believe, that they're going to outperform year after year. But again, here's a year where Wellington really, didn't do as well as we would have expected. But as you look out over to the right and you look at where their numbers are over, the 3, 5, 7, and 10, 15-year periods, all added value there, and really in the 5 through 10, 15-year period, in the top half of the universe of comparative managers. Voya Small Cap Growth, they are a relatively newer manager in a portfolio, but they are also poised to be replaced. They've stumbled around with performance, and they've had a lot of organizational changes. So the committee, had given us direction to move ahead and replace them, and we will be meeting with the committee later this year or this month to pick a replacement there. So you should hear something back from us, shortly thereafter. LSV has struggled. You can see that in their 3-year number, and that's not unusual. Deep value managers really have had a hard time, but they had a very strong year last year. You can see that performance where they outperformed their benchmark considerably, and also, at the same time, ranked in the upper third of their universe. So very competitive results there. You turn to the next page. This gets into the international equity part of our portfolio, and while things on the football field might be a lot different a year later from the last time we got together, this part of the market has really changed the complexion of the overall financial markets in a big way with the Russian and Ukraine war that's going on. And I would just say, I'd be remiss if I didn't just touch on this, because I'm sure somebody's probably wondering, what's the exposure here? So just to give you some perspective, at the end of the year, Russia accounted for about roughly 3% of the emerging market, part of the equity market as a whole. That's where Russia is housed, in emerging markets. So when you look at your two managers that are in that space, OFI and Wells, OFI had about 9% of their portfolio in the emerging market Russian issues at the beginning of the year. That's down to about 5.5% here as of late. And to give you some perspective, that's less than 0.5% of the overall portfolio at this point in time. Wells, you can see the big underperformance there that they had, and that's really a couple of things that happened in the latter part of the year. The emerging markets are, I think, a very strong part of the market for long-term investors, but there are short-term blips. The war aside being completely different, but there are short-term things that can impact that. And one of the things that happened to Wells was, some of the changes that in China, in particular, one of the holdings that was pretty common in a lot of emerging market portfolios was a educational company that was traded on the public stock markets. Well, the Chinese government took it in as a public company, and so therefore the value of the stock pretty much went to almost zero. So that was one of the biggest things there in their portfolio that had a negative effect. The Chinese, kind of ruling, if you will, and governmental oversight that sometimes can sneak into some of these portfolios from time to time. They also, had an exposure to Russia, and it's down below 3% as of now. So again, Russia was never really a meaningful part of the indices. It was never really a meaningful part of many institutional investors' portfolios. Just to close that loop there, MFS and Global Alpha, the newest managers, MFS right at the end of the year to replace AQR, and Global Alpha back a little over a year ago, and you can see they've added value there. But neither of those managers held anything in the Russian markets. We turn to the next page. We get into the domestic fixed income area, and again, this has been a tough road. It's going to be a tough road throughout this year, and with the Fed, indicating that they're going to be raising rates as a way to stem inflation. The markets have reacted in the beginning of 2022. So the markets, just to give you a flavor here, when you look at the U.S. aggregate there for the 1 year, down 1.5%. It's down almost 5% through last Friday. So it's a big sell-off in bonds, but it's been up and down, throughout that period of time here in the first part of the year. But as you look at the numbers here, our index right in line with what we'd expect. Greens, again, pretty much in line with the benchmark that they're managing against. They've had, really 2 solid years, as you see that 7.8% return versus the just short of 5% return, and they've done a very, very good job for you. JP Morgan again outperformed there by more than 0.5%. Neuberger and Berman, this is our high yield manager. They struggled a little bit here in 2021. They already the high yield market is a volatile market. We met with them when we had our annual reviews with several of the managers. They were one of the managers that came in and presented to the committee. Following that meeting, we decided to put them on watch. It's really a combination of the poor performance, and then they've had some organizational changes on that investment team. So we have officially put them on watch at this point. And then the TIPS portfolio is another index. It's not an actively managed portfolio, and you can see it's tracking as we would expect. The next page is our our global fixed income managers. Colchester, which is the first manager there at the top, you can see their numbers. They underperformed. They are actually poised to be taken out of the portfolio. The new asset allocation that you all approved, the committee approved, will include a private credit allocation. So the funding source for that will be the Colchester portfolio. So they'll be coming out. Stone Harbor, another international flavor here on our fixed income portfolio. They are emerging market debt. They did also have a little bit of Russia in their portfolio. It's less than it's roughly about 7 basis points of their portfolio. So again, a very, very, very small piece there. And as you look at their numbers, they struggle a little bit here in 2021. But then as you go left to right, it's up and down. And again, that's kind of indicative not only of the asset class itself, but Stone Harbor, will not outperform every year. But this was 1 year where they did lag. The next page 42, is our private real estate. We have 2 managers there that we put in the portfolio several years ago. Harrison Street. Harrison Street is a bit of a niche manager in real estate, private real estate. Their focus really is on 2 things: student housing and senior living. And so we had a big pop. If you see that index on both of these managers, up almost 23% last year. That was following 2020, when the real estate market really closed up and traded off in a big way. A lot of fear and unknown, related to the COVID. So, the PGIM fund held up in that market, modestly behind for the calendar year. But you notice Harrison Street really didn't come back as strong as that market, and that's by design. They're not really when we look at that benchmark as a reflection of performance for them in a market like we saw in 2021. I would never have expected them to keep up with the broad diversified index that represents, because the appreciation, the price appreciation that was seen in the index in 2021 was widespread, and these folks have a more narrow focus there. So with that, last page is just a summary. So going back to all the way to the beginning, we earned 6% net of fees for the end of the year. We increased the asset base by 132 million. Just to give you a little flavor, you can see that 1.3 billion dollar number at year end. When I mentioned 2018 as the last year when we underperformed our benchmark in total, when we ended 2018, the market value then was 920 million. So we've come a long way in just a couple of years, and you can see this couple of years of good performance really did add up in the total that we see now. We underperformed, as I mentioned before, by 290 basis points on a net of fee basis. And again, I think as we end this, as I end my prepared remarks, we don't have any real concerns, with the exception of maybe Newberger and Berman, who's on watch with any of the managers in the portfolio now. We do have 2 searches that we will be, continuing to go through with the committee later this month. One for the small cap growth manager to replace Voya, and one for the private private debt, which Colchester will be the funding source of. So we do have some things on some things to do this month and next month. And so, like I said before, you'll hear back from us at some point, or members of the committee, with our recommendations on the new managers. With that, I'm happy, first of all, that I got through this and my microphone didn't cut out on me, or my video. That's a great indicator here. But I'm happy to answer any questions anybody might have about the markets, about the portfolio, any individual managers.
Hey, Jeff.
Thank you for your great presentation, as you've always given us, and I appreciate your openness to questions. It seems Director Kavanaugh has a question. Mike? Mike, you're muted.
Okay.
There you go.
Hey, Jeff, concerning the Voya fund, could we go back to that page again to show its results? Back, no.
Domestic equity. There you go.
Okay. It seemed that it performed fairly well this last year, not so much over the 3-year period. It would almost seem as if the move should have been made a year earlier rather than this year. Wasn't this year, in comparison to its a base, pretty good?
Yeah, we typically put managers, and John Thurber, feel free to jump in if I say something incorrectly, but when managers get put on watch for performance, we usually give them a year to kind of right the ship, if you will, or at least show signs of improvement. And in the case of Voya, once they were placed on watch, there were some changes there within the organization. There's going to be a completely different team coming on board to this product to run it. And when those kind of events are very meaningful to us as fiduciaries. And when we see those things, it's a gamble. It's a gamble to stay with them and hope that they can, that new team can do well. And to us, that's too big a gamble. There are other candidates out there, other products out there, and other firms, that we have a stronger conviction in. So we recommended to the committee, based on those changes, that we move ahead and get out of there. But you're absolutely right. They did have a reasonable year last year, all things considered. Following the couple of years where they struggled coming out of the chute when we were hired. But that organizational change is the primary reason now to move on.
Is your concerns company wide for Voya, or just specifically their small cap funds?
I would say right now it's largely in this product.
It's what? I'm sorry.
Some other products that I have in other client portfolios, and I believe Keith, you might also.
Yeah, it's definitely more focused on this product. So back in November, Voya announced that they're acquiring this company called, I think it's called Team Capital Management. So that prompted our research group to obviously have a discussion with Voya, and the day-to-day management of this Voya small cap growth strategy is going to transition to the Teague team. So as Jeff mentioned, absolutely right. It's a new team. So that changed our ratings level to recommended to not recommended. So you're absolutely right. We're very happy that during the year they had a decent year relative to the index, but now it's a different team going forward.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your question, Director Kavanaugh. John, did you want to talk about the policy? I appreciate Director Kavanaugh's question about the last year's being up, and appreciate the follow-up conversation. But just a reminder of the policy, please.
Sure. Director Yoder. The policy is that we would monitor performance of a manager over a market cycle. And typically we look at that manager, especially this would have been a relatively new manager, at least 5 years before we would make a change. I think in this case, though, I think as Mr. Reynolds indicated, Siegel Marco placed them on not recommended list, and that immediately causes us then to look at potential replacement options. So even though we didn't hold this manager for 5 years or a complete market cycle, because of the change in the status of Voya on in Siegel Marco's not recommended list, we decided to move forward with a replacement.
Thank you. I appreciate the reminders of our policies. I do appreciate that all our actions here are very policy driven, and appreciate the expertise that people bring to bear on making these decisions. Other questions from other directors? I don't see any. So thank you once again. What's next here?
Next, we've got the retirement savings 401k 457. I do want to thank Keith and Jeff for the presentation. It's been fantastic working with them, both on the retirement plan, and then also we had the 401k 457 investment committee yesterday, which was again great to interact with them and see the level of service that they provide to the district. I'm going to pass the mic here just in a moment to John, but I do want to highlight a couple of things as we look at the 457 and the 401. Again, these are contributed by both employees as well as there's employer contributions. The level of participation is incredibly high, up in the 97% level. So it's fantastic to see in terms of the financial health and forward focus that our employees have, that they're invested and active in these accounts. The level of growth that we've seen in 5 years has been very impressive too. The average participant balance that we just walked through yesterday has grown from 173,000 to 287,000 in 5 years. So again, good to see the not only the market returns, but the level of contributions that add to the nest egg for our employees as they look to retire in the future. The plans themselves have also gone from 428 million to 695 million over a 5-year period. And so, again, good outcome for employees. Just a couple items that I wanted to provide there before we jump into the report. With that, I'll pass it to you, John.
Thank you, Vice President Bishop. I would just add also, when you look in Fidelity, who's our record keeper, trustee and custodian for our 401k and 457 plans, when you look at the statistics they keep, not only do we have very strong representation from our participants, over 90% of our employees participate in these two plans, but also by far we have much higher balances than the typical plan. So you see employees not only participating at a high rate, but also putting a considerable amount of money in these plans compared to, I guess, typical plans of entities of our size. And so that's great to see. It's great to see employees use these plans. I would just kind of add into what happened in 2021. We did end up the year just short of $700 million of investments in both plans. Very, very strong year of employee participation. Employees contributed 14 million and OPPD contributed just short of $6 million. We did have a couple of minor changes in the plans in 2021. We eliminated a global bond fund due to poor performance, and we already had Loomis Sales Core Plus bond fund, which essentially did the same type of investments as the Templeton Fund, and so we just moved those funds, the Templeton funds, into the Loomis Sale Fund. It was an existing fund option. Additionally, we're always very mindful of fees based on the Fidelity information, or I believe also the Siegel Marco information. Our fees are about 20 basis points lower than the average fee for fund options. And so we consider that very important for us as we go forward. And we're able to move funds into a class that had a lower fee, the same T row price investments, but a lower fee option because our balances were high enough to take advantage of that. And so so with that, those were really the fund options or the fund changes that we looked at. The options and balances are really on the next page. We have 16 various fund options available for participants. We also have 5 target date funds available for participants. And so a really strong performance. We reviewed the annual performance yesterday with Siegel, Marco, Fidelity, and the Regency Group, and really feel very good with the various performance of our fund options going forward, and feel very good with where this plan is being utilized by employees. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? I think you're good, Don. Thank you.
One comment real quick on the 457 401k plans. Again, we had a great meeting yesterday. I do want to highlight some of the work that the team does internally. Tim Vasquez, John, and the Treasury team in terms of their focus on fee reporting. John had highlighted that a moment ago. As we continue on and look into the investment space, fees are critical. Also, then in terms of the amount of diligence they put into monitoring those, making sure that those are well understood. I have not seen it other utilities that I've been at, so hats off to the team. And then in terms of bringing in investment managers, I'm not sure how many other, in terms of Siegel Marco, how often you see that, but I've not seen that before. Great practice bringing in the investment managers to hear what they're seeing in the market. At times, put them in the hot seat if they're not performing well. Ask them very candid, open questions about how their funds are performing and ultimately why we should continue to do work with them. And so, again, I just highlight the fiduciary approach and the significance that the team takes to really ensure that we've got the best outcome for our employees and it's and for the district. So I really, my hat goes off to the group that's they take it very seriously, and again that results in good outcomes for our employees. So I just want to take a moment to pass that appreciation on.
Thank you, CFO Bishop. I appreciate the lens that you bring, having been recently with other utilities, and I think it's very important for us as we measure our performance in all things, honestly, that we don't look just at how we've been doing things, but how we compare with others. So yeah, attaboy, well done. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the OPEB plans, the A and B. John, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you. Again, to remind everyone, we do have 2 OPEB trust funds available. They're really to cover retiree medical and life insurance obligations that we have for our retirees. The 2 funds we call one OPEB Plan A. It's actually for employees that were hired prior to 2008, and the purpose of that fund is to really cover retiree medical as though that employee was an active employee. The benefit essentially is similar to an active employee in that the district would be obligated to pay for something similar to an medical insurance premium at 80%. The employee would pay at 20%, and that covers covers the retiree then for the rest of their lives, and their spouses' lives. We also so that is a little bit of an unusual fund. We have different liability structures for that, really tied to medical inflation, because it's really driven by medical costs, or the OPEB Plan A fund. And that is what we call the pre-2008 OPEB trust fund in this case. We ended the year with just short of $200 million in that fund. That compared to $183 million as of beginning of the year. The district contributed $13.4 million. Retiree contributions were $4.4 million. And benefit payments with associated fees were about $23 million in 2021. And again, the purpose of this fund is to really cover the medical costs for retirees as though they were an active employee as far as the district's obligation. And so we do invest that fund a little bit differently than other funds. We have a real return asset piece of that fund. And you can see that the fund do have a very strong return, 13.8% return for 2021. Again, the idea here on the return of the investments is really to cover, or try to cover medical inflation. That's difficult to do, but we try to do that with an asset allocation mix that, as best as it can, try to cover medical inflation. OPEB Plan B, or the post 2007 trust fund, those would be employees that were hired in January 1st, 2008 and later. Those employees get $10,000 at the time that they're hired, and they get $1,000 each year for every year of employment, and that balance then earns 5%. And then whatever that balance is at the time of retirement, they can use that balance to then support the medical costs for them going forward. Think of it almost as a cash balance fund for retiring medical expenses. Obviously, with that being a little different fund, the liabilities are a little different in more that we want to try to earn a 5% return. It's invested primarily in fixed income investments, about 70% in fixed income, and then about 30% in global equity funds. And so you'll see that fund earned last year about just short of the target of 5%. It earned 4.9%. So with that, if you turn to the next page, you can see what those funds specifically were invested in. Similar investments and similar managers that we have on our retirement plan, in that we can leverage the costs by using similar managers so that we end up with lower fees for these funds. And you can see over time, there's been no proposed changes to these investment managers going forward. We did go through an asset liability study in 2019. And so that was a fairly recent period of time where we looked at both of these funds and the investments that they were in, and continued to monitor the funds and the investments going forward. But with that, I really don't have anything more to add. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for my fellow directors? I don't see any hands. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, John. We'll move forward into the SD14 monitoring report. We'll be looking for action from the board to approve the report. The goal with this report is to ensure that we're achieving our retirement plan funding. And how do we do this? How do we monitor this? We do it through specific actions and metrics, which I'll walk us through here in a moment, that are key in terms of measuring the health, in terms of getting us to a fully funded retirement plan. Before we jump into it, I'm going to take a piece from Mr. Fernandez's notebook and talk through just a concept. It's good to refresh with the board. This was discussed last year, but I think it's important as we advance the discussion and go through the report. And really, the report, what we've been talking about with the retirement plan, 457, 401k, and OPEB has really been around earnings, which is market driven. But we don't talk about contributions or withdrawals in any good detail. And so when we talk through that, it's important to look at the three factors that come into play in a more simplistic fashion as we look at our retirement plan. We've got contributions plus earnings equal our disbursements. And so those in the long term need to net out so that we can have adequate contributions and earnings, which will meet our future disbursement requirements. So I wanted to get that out on as a concept. Again, it's simplistic, but I think it's very useful as we talk through how we're approaching the long-term funding of our retirement plan. And just to note in a little bit more detail, contributions come from both the district itself plus employees, and then the withdrawals would be coming from retirees. Earnings would be coming largely through the market. So as we think through that too, it's important if there's one variable that goes up or down, there needs to be a corresponding impact on the other two variables. So for example, if we see a decrease in earnings, the balance that we would require an increase in either contributions or a decrease in withdrawals. And again, that needs to balance out over the course of time. And so with that, I'm going to go through each of the three bullets here that gets touched on in the next pages. Mo, if we can go to the next page, that'd be great. And so as we think about this is really complex. And so in terms of just doing it internally, that would be very difficult to do. The requirement here is that we use a nationally recognized firm. We've been using Aon for many, many years, looking at the liabilities that we've got and the future funding requirements. Again, this is very complex calculations. People with advanced actuarial degrees are doing these calculations for us so we can make sure that they're accurate as we look to ensure that we're funding our annual contributions to meet our retirement funding goals. And so we've had very good experience in working with them. And again, they will determine what our future contributions will be in order to meet our retirement funding goal, which is to be largely funded by 2034. Mo, if we could go to the next page. So this is a really important element of the calculation. We spent quite a bit of time talking about this last year as we did adjust the discount rate at the end of the year from, which would be applied prospectively, from 7% to 6.5. So we've gone through this in good detail in the past, but I do want to take a moment just to make sure we're all looking at this consistently. And so really, as we look at the discount rate, it's a focus on future periods. It estimates how much we expect to earn over the long run, over the next 30 to 40 years. What type of return can we anticipate? It's changed over time. You can see that we're 7% across the board here for the past 5 years. But I will note that we used to be at 7.75% in 2014. Then that dropped to 7% for 2015 through 2021. And again, we've reduced that to 6.5% for 22's purposes moving forward. And again, that's not done just at the district. We work in detail with our investment advisors and the actuaries to ensure that we've got a good understanding of what factors are coming into play that impact that long-term return. But what does that mean if we do drop the discount rate? It means that we need more contributions will be needed in the future or additional earning, or because the earnings have decreased as a result of that decrease. And again, so then that looks to the employer and the employee. Now, as we talked about in detail in the financial update, we did have a transfer to the retirement plan of $95 million, and that will help to offset some of the impact associated with decreasing the earnings or discount rate that's used in the future. As we look at that, impact in terms of revising to a lower discount rate, very comfortable with that in terms of what we're seeing moving forward. And so again, just wanted to make sure that folks understood what the discount rate is that's being used through 2021, and then ultimately what will be in play for 2022, which has already been reviewed and approved by the board back in December. Any questions before we move on? Okay. Here we've got our annual required contributions. So we have the actuary who does the calculations. They know what the updated discount rate is. Now they figure out, well, what level of contribution needs to be in place by year in order to achieve your funding goal, which for us, again, is to have the plan largely 95% funded by 2034. That's the calculation, again, that's done by the actuary. These are large amounts of money that we fund annually, and they're ongoing expense for the district as well. You can see here that for 2021, it was $56.5 million, 2022, 56.6. Again, in 2021, it's asterisked here in the fact that we did have the decommissioning benefit reserve account transfer. But one of the important pieces to also highlight here is that we fully fund this amount into the plan every year. Not all organizations do that, but we do that by policy, which is a great benefit to our employees and should provide better assurance in terms of achieving our long-term retirement funding goals. Any questions here?
Looks like you're good.
Okay. Well, if we could advance, that'd be great. Okay. So now we've got three main metrics. We're going to go through the funded ratio here in a moment. We've talked about the discount rate, and we'll talk for a moment about the retirement fund return and other factors that come into play. Notably, a focus should be the funded ratio of 72%. We were very fortunate that we were able to end the year with that. Obviously, an increase from 69%, which we explained in detail was associated with the debit transfer. And again, as we think through what the funded ratio is, it's important that folks understand how we're looking at that and what it ultimately means. So if someone was to settle the fund today, can we pay for all the future liabilities that we've committed to per the plan documents and plan requirements? The answer is no. We're underfunded. We're at 72%. People will continue to receive their retirement payments, but over the course of time, we want to increase the funded ratio to 100%. And the calculation itself is really looking at your current assets and then present valuing back your future liabilities and doing a comparison. And again, here's where we see that our liabilities exceed our assets by 28%. As we look on, hopefully I'll ask for any questions on that here in a moment in terms of the funded ratio. Again, we've talked about that in detail quite a bit in the past, but definitely open for questions. That's probably one of the more difficult concepts that we typically go through when we talk about the retirement plan and how we look at assessing it. The discount rate we just walked through on the retirement fund return, this actually represents the return that we had in 2020. It's utilized for purposes of the calculation, but again, we've been fortunate to have a very robust return over the past 2 years for purposes of this calculation or for purposes of this review. As we get down into the other factors affecting the funding ratio, there's a couple of pieces that would be called out in terms of the number of employees within the plan. So the number of people that are going to withdraw from the plan, that will adjust potentially the withdrawals, and then correspondingly, you'll need to see an increase in contributions or earnings. Similarly, is when we see the mortality rate extend out in terms of people living longer, it's important that that's good outcome, but ultimately that leads to increased withdrawals, and correspondingly we need to either see additional contributions or additional earnings. And so those are the three primary areas that we've focused in on in terms of measuring the health and how we're looking at achieving our long-term funding desire for the retirement plan. There's a lot on this page. Any questions that folks might have?
Director?
Okay.
Yeah. Not seeing any hands here.
Thanks, Director Yoder. Mo, if we can go to the next page. So coming out of the Finance Committee, there's the recommendation that the board approve the ST14 monitoring report, which we've just walked through. As we go on to the next page, Mo. Oh, I was thinking we had a resolution that was drafted as well.
It's in diligent and in the committee package. It's a standard resolution.
Okay, great. Director Yoder.
Oh, go ahead.
That's it. I'll pass it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's an excellent report, and I appreciate it. I shared in pre-committee that not only is this a time for us to look at the work that's been done, the excellent work that's been done and the report out to the board on the directive. It is an opportunity, since we do pause here and we consider how things are going. It is a time also to reflect on whether there are needed changes to SD14. I think my conversation and the consensus of the committee is SD14 is a good SD, and as a committee, we recommend the board recognize that OPPD is in compliance with the policy. So that resolution will move forward. And I really want to thank all the great work that's been done. A lot of things happened this last year. It's, the move of the transfer of the DEBRA funds and letting us lower the discount rate, increase the funding ratio. There were a lot of really terrific things that happened this last year. And so my hat's off to the team. Kudos. Please keep up the good work. It's excellent to be associated with you and watch your good work continue to provide good things for the organization. With that, unless somebody has comments, questions. Oh, there's Amanda and Eric. I didn't see who had theirs go up first, so we'll go with Director Bogner.
Okay. I'll ask. I have three questions. So I know that we've used Anon for a while now as our actuary and doing that study, and I don't have any particular reason that we need to change from using them, but I'm curious of how you go about confirming that they're still the consultant that we want to be working with on this, and then this might be dangerous territory, so if you don't want to answer this part of the question, that's fine. Would we see a significantly different actuarially determined annual contribution value if we were to use a different consultant that maybe has a different methodology for determining that?
Excellent. Was that?
That's one question, two parts,
Okay.
and then I have two other questions. I'll let you start with that.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get some assistance in terms of our approach regarding Aon and the different elements we've done to assess. I mean, I'm well familiar with Aon, and they're seen as a leader within the actuarial space. But in terms of the diligence that we've done historically, I'll need to call a friend. I don't know, John, if you have any insights in terms of how we've assessed Aon over the course of time doing RFPs.
I can help you, Jeff, on that. We do every 5 years. We go through and look at all of our service providers in both of these plans, our retirement plan and our 401k 457 plans. And so Aon is reviewed, and they were just reviewed last year as far as we have an outside entity look at the services that Aon provides, and also go out and look at the marketplace and the costs to make sure that they're still competitive in the marketplace. And so we do that every 5 years and make decisions based on that, on whether we want to go out with a formal RFP or not. Based on the latest review, we decided that we were still, Aon's cost and their services were still very competitive with what this outside consultant is providing us. So I think that would be one question. And the other side, and this is me speaking, I do not believe that there would be any material change at all from going to another actuary from what we're seeing here.
All right, thank you. Okay, so then my second question is, if we could go back to the slide that shows the discount rate, and yeah, oh, that one. Go forward, the one with the table that has the discount rate. And one more.
One more. You're...
Here, okay. So we see the funded ratio this year is 72%, but that's still assuming a discount rate of 7%. I'm under the impression and understanding that when we lower the discount rate to 6.5, our funded ratio also falls. So can you give me a peek under the hood of what percentage we anticipate being at the end of 2022, please?
Yeah,
What
I don't believe,
percentage, excuse me.
great question. Really good question, especially the way we've laid up the three-factor comparative. I'm going to ask you, John, on that as well. I believe we're going to stay at 72. We did our 72% because we did have the $95 million contribution that came out of the Deborah account. But again, I'll call a friend on that, John.
Sure. Actually, and this, when we went through and looked at the, I would just point out that the funded ratio there, 72%, is actually as of January 1st of 2021. So it's the previous, think of it as year end a year ago. It's unfortunately that's how the actuary handles their reviews. When you looked at after we made the Deborah deposit, Aon estimated that the funded ratio went up to 75%. So we're starting the year at 75%. We're looking at dropping the discount rate, but based on, again, this is a preliminary information we got late last year when we reviewed the Deborah deposit, is that we should stay at or above the 75% level. Now, obviously, we didn't earn 6.5%, right? Just underneath that. So that might have some slight negative impact to that, but I don't see that as being any significant piece. So
over 70% is the answer.
Yes.
Okay. Does that then have, this is a follow-up, this is not my third question. Does that then allow us to not have to testify at the state legislature?
The minimum there is 80%. And so
okay. Thank you.
That was one thing that we did look at, based on, again, on some early reviews of that information. Hopefully in the next 2, 3, 4 years that might get to the point where we don't have to testify.
Looks like Javier wants to add in there before I ask my third and final question.
Thank you. Really quick, and of course this is, Jeff Bishop. He's now at the helm of finance, and he's our CFO. I do feel the need to share really quick the fact that we are lowering our discount rate not by 25 basis points, but by 50 basis points. And not only are we maintaining our funded ratio, but we're increasing our funded ratio is an incredible feat for the pension plan. And it didn't happen by accident. It's by discipline, the financial discipline that all board members and the management we have been following for the past 4 years. We started contributing excess funds at the end of the year, starting in 2018, into the Decommissioning and Benefits Reserve Account. And when I say excess funds, I mean everything was above and beyond the 2.0 debt service coverage ratio. We've been planning for this moment, right? And so this is, in my opinion, one of the biggest financial accomplishments that we have made in 2021, and it's because we've been very disciplined at funding and setting aside funds for our retirees. So very proud of what the organization has done, and it's really setting us up for success going into the future to achieve as close to 100% or 100% funded ratio here in the next decade.
Excellent, thank you. And I couldn't agree more that the financial diligence and commitment to funding this fully and having it well managed is essential to our former employees as they're retirees and drawing from this pension, and just demonstrates our commitment to them for the long haul here. So with that, here's my last question. I really liked adding that money from Deborah into that account. That was awesome. It was part of the original plan when we were going down the path of a plan for decommissioning Fort Calhoun, and I'm wondering what other opportunities in the future we could have line of sight to now that will allow us to make additional above actuarial contributions to the pension to take down our funded ratio, or to improve our funded ratio even further quicker.
I'd highlight 2 items. We did do an additional Deborah transfer at the end of the year of $12 million, bringing that balance to $32 million. So there are potentially additional funds there over the course of time as we continue to assess the needs for decommissioning. And then also in terms of just our decommissioning being completed in terms of the costs associated with that in 2024, that'll free up another $130 million. Again, we've got a lot of different asks for that. So we'll need to look through and prioritize, but that would be potentially an opportunity there.
All right, thank you. I'm complete.
Great
There's
questions.
no second part to that third question. Thank you for your questions. I do appreciate it. Director Williams.
Great, thanks very much. We've seen a lot of instability in a number of areas very recently and even currently, including energy markets, international geopolitics. From the guidelines that we have on SD14, have we considered including some ESG parameters into the way in which we make decisions about our investments to help avoid some of the conflicts, or provide different types of stability and different types of vision moving forward? Is that something the Finance Committee has discussed, or is it something that would be appropriate to discuss for a future policy update consideration? I don't know if Rick, you answer that, or where that discussion should go.
Yeah, we haven't, although my memory is famous for failing on occasion. So to my recollection, we haven't. Go ahead and, I mean, where would you see that happening? Would that be happening in an SD? Is that just an internal policy that with CFO Bishop? Jeff, how would you react to this question?
I think it's a good question to ask in terms of how that would be potentially implemented. That would look to that to be a policy decision. But again, I'll defer to Javier, who's raising his hand.
Yeah, I see he is. Yes, Javier.
So we'll play tag team here. Just a little historic context here. This same question surfaced, I don't know, John, like 4 years ago in 2018. Director Moody asked exactly the same question a few years ago, and we went through a long process of studying these and looking at our investment profile, our investment policy, our charter to ensure asset preservation and growth in the fund, and all of these things, very, very important. We continuously, whenever we talk to portfolio managers, they come and talk to us every 6 months. Whenever we've replaced portfolio managers, we've had actually very robust conversations about ESG. So as a company, we have not established any ESG parameters, again, because our objective is to ensure that there's principal preservation and growth in the fund. However, as we work with portfolio managers, that is an aspect that is much better handled at the portfolio manager perspective, where they are assessing all the risks and clearly identifying asset selection that has ESG qualities that de-risks their asset, their portfolio, and increases their return. So it is something that we very clearly discuss at the portfolio level, portfolio manager level, but not necessarily as a plan. John, anything that I missed?
Javier, I think you did a really nice job covering it. I just wanted to emphasize the fact that when we go through searches, and I think Director Yoder and Director Bogner have been on recent searches, it's been a very important part of our search process and the risk management around ESG. Obviously, as can be seen, things can change very quickly in the environment, whether it's environmental issues or political issues or what it could be. And it's been important to understand that our managers take these items seriously, and they have a process in place for monitoring it. So it's become a much more important process in searching for new managers, in addition to just the regular communications we get with them.
Thank you, John. If I can add on to that comment, but one of the things that I noticed in this year's report from the asset managers was something I hadn't seen for example, in my first year's observation of that. Many of them, I don't know that all of them did, but most of them were speaking to ESG, especially. and I think unprompted. So it's an issue. It's an evolving issue. I mean, even the credit rating agencies now have ESG, reviews that they can do, although I'm not unclear how rigorous those are. So if you have something in particular, Mr. Director Williams, I would encourage you to move that forward. Do you have another comment?
Yeah, I guess no, I don't have any particular suggestion at this time, but I wanted to highlight that in some of our policies, directors act to represent the interests of the customer owners of the organization. In this policy, we are representing the employees, and so the engagement on who are the benefited parties whose interests we represent in policymaking is slightly different. So I guess I'm not sure how the specific engagement with the people who participate in these plans occurs. I haven't been on the finance committee in a little while now, so I would want to make sure that as we consider any type of a policy update in this area, again, I'm not pushing for anything in particular, but that the people who are most directly impacted would have a significant voice in the engagement process there. So I guess that's my only point, is just that the representation as directors here is slightly different, and I would appreciate that we keep that in mind as we consider any potential updates in the future. Thanks.
I appreciate the flag.
Director Yoder, if I may just add
sure.
something very quickly on this particular topic, just to sort of clarify your comments, Director Williams, with respect to representing employees. In a sense, that's true. What you really are doing, I just want to remind everyone, is acting as a fiduciary here. So it's a bit different in that regard. And again, with respect to ESG, there is very much a fiduciary aspect to that particular item. The response that was provided by Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Thurber, Mr. Bishop is a really good one, because we certainly have seen that topic evolve over a number of years and be considered. And I think it is at this time best to leave that where it is at the manager level. And it's an excellent question to touch on when you're conducting a review like this. Thanks for the opportunity to clarify.
Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. Anyone else have summary or response? Otherwise, we can thank Director Williams for sparking the discussion. Thank you. All right. Any other comments? If not, we're over long, and the Finance Committee, I think, is complete with its report.
All right, thank you. So up next, I'm just going to do a time check here. We have 11:50. We were planning to go to lunch here in 5 minutes. So I would like to go ahead and break for lunch. And when we return, we can jump into systems, the systems committee. So with that, what time are we coming back for lunch? We are coming back. Can someone help me do the math? My brain might not be working properly. Half an hour for lunch, please.
Yeah, so 12:20?
12:20. We let the clock turn 1 minute. There we go, 12:20. All right, see you shortly.
Take care, everybody.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Keith.
Okay, I have 12:20. We'll get going again. Next up, we have the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee report. Director Williams.
Great, thanks very much. The Systems Committee met on March 3rd. You can see the agenda from our discussion on the screen. We also had a presentation from the Independent Decarbonization Oversight Committee. So that meant that all of the board members had a chance to hear that information from the outside industry experts who took a look at the decarbonization study work that we had done and provided some additional feedback on kind of what we have studied so far and some recommendations about the future. I also found that that discussion and the information provided extremely helpful. This is modeled on some other external expert reviews that we have done in the past. And so I appreciate the structure of this committee, and I appreciate the insight that they provided to us and guidance on where we can take the information that has been collected and studied to date, and how we can continue to move that forward into some of the advanced feasibility studies that are going to be ongoing, as well as other decarbonization policies and work. So I found it extremely helpful, and I think the other committee members echoed that during our discussion as well. The next item we had was an opportunity to take a look at the decarbonization workstream presentations. We didn't spend a lot of time on discussion during the systems committee. Rather, those presentations will be done today so that all board members and members of the public will have an opportunity to see that information. Those would be parts number 3 and 4 of the overall decarbonization work that's been ongoing for the last 2 years or so. So we'll have that information here in just a little bit. We talked about the policy work on Strategic Directive 9, and I've mentioned in the past that the intention is for the decarbonization workstream presentations to inform both the Systems Committee and the other members of the board as we review the language in Strategic Directive 9 and consider that for whether or not that language is ready for public comment, and then a vote for an approval and an update. So the intention is, after the presentations of the decarbonization work streams today, that the language for Strategic Directive 9 will be made available to the other board members for you to review during March and provide any comments or feedback. Again, taking into consideration the decarb work stream presentations and the IDOC information that we have to make sure that our resource planning and resource adequacy policy is in line with where we're headed in the future. So I think the logistics on making that policy language available will be handled probably through diligence, but all of the directors will have access to the draft version of Strategic Directive 9 so that we can, at the Systems Committee meeting in April, consider those comments. So over the next couple of weeks, I would ask that other directors take some time, look at the language, and provide feedback so we can continue that work moving forward. The committee direction looking forward from here, we also talked about Strategic Directive 4 and Strategic Directive 7 as the priorities for the future. So looking forward to completing the work on Strategic Directive 9 and then using that to help us inform the next policy updates that we'll be taking a look at over the next coming months. So I think that covers everything that we talked about in the committee. Again, this month after the IDOC, a large portion of the Systems Committee work is intended to be here today. And so from the agenda that we've got for today, let me make sure I'm handing to the right person here. Let's see, we've got the nuclear oversight meeting first, even though the schedule changed a little bit with lunch. And I guess maybe that is Brad. Is that right, Brad?
Thank you, Director Williams. I think that might be Mr. Kramer.
Yep, it is. Thank you for that, Director Williams. My name is Brian Kramer. I am a Senior Director in the Utility Operations Business Unit. I'm responsible for the maintenance and construction of the business unit. Troy's off on vacation, so he handed this off to me today, so happy to report on the nuclear oversight. Really, the team is making very good progress out there. The team's executing at a high level. Currently, they're meeting the schedule and budget. Personally, I've been very impressed when I'm out there. You know, like I said, high performance when you're on site. At this time, we estimate that like 25% of the reactor vessel internals have been cut up, and about 10% of that material has been hauled off site in trucks, been sent to Utah through Energy Solutions. Demo of the AUX building also continues. This material is leaving site by rail, so a little different way of leaving the site. The demo of that aux building will continue through 2022, and disposal will run into 2023. So quite an effort there. The team is also ready to start demo of the waste processing building. This will really occur in conjunction, with that aux building. They're both open air demo, so they're progressing as we speak. Also last week, we heard from another DOC. This is the Decommissioning Oversight Committee, not to be confused with the Decarb Oversight Committee. Their quarterly review was last week. They're taking a look at our performance, our work plans as they exist today. It's always good to have them on site, kind of learning what we can do better. But really what we heard coming out of that DOC is they recommended us looking towards the end of the project. They said our current plans and kind of places that we're at is good, but they wanted us to look backwards and make sure when we got to the end of that project in 2025 that we can push that project to a close. So that was a really good recommendation by the DOC. Also, the DOC recognized the strong leadership out there at Fort Calhoun with the great plans and progress they're making today. They also did make note of an engaged team. This is the first time they've been on site in a while due to COVID. So they're able to, put feet on the ground, get out and see some of the work that's taking place. They kind of made reference to usually, they see suits and shiny hard hats coming and people scatter. In this particular case, they saw OPPD employees and contractors, kind of coming towards them. So that was exciting to hear. It's encouraging. I think that does speak to the engagement, kind of the health of that project and how that team's doing out there. That's the end of my report. If there's any questions, I take those.
Thanks very much, Brian. I don't see any hands or hear any questions. I did have a chance to join the DOC exit meeting and hear the comments that were shared as well. So I appreciate all the ongoing dedication. Things are moving ahead. It's challenging work, but I appreciate that the team is doing such a great job delivering. So thank you for the report. And with that, we'll move to the next item, skipping the break for lunch from the agenda. We have two presentations on the pathways to decarbonization. And let's try again. Perhaps, well, I see Emily and Ryan listed on the screen, but perhaps Brad is giving us a kickoff this time.
Yeah, we shouldn't keep you guessing like that, Director Williams. You're doing a great job. We'll be better at that. But yeah, like Director Williams noted, we have 2 of the 4 work streams here for discussion today. You see Ms. Muth and Mr. Stiggy's name there on the presentation. If you weren't able to make it last month, we talked about our community and our energy portfolio work stream. We talked about the methodology, the findings that we had, and what the business implications are to OPPD to be able to advance some very important work in 2 of those 4 areas of our decarbonization effort. This month we'll bring the last 2, and we'll talk very similarly about the methodology that we used, what we found, and what we think it means to us. And so we're happy to bring this forward, and I'll turn it over to the team.
Thanks, Brad. Just a quick mic check. You can hear me, right? Okay, good. You never know when WebEx is going to play tricks on you. All right. Well, thanks and good afternoon. Emily, Muth, and I, we're excited to present this update this afternoon, and it's really focused on internal operations and the community work streams. So last month, we focused on the energy portfolio and customer work streams. The energy portfolio really provided that high-level utility and economy-wide view of how we get to net zero carbon emissions. And the customer workstream, that really zoomed into a granular level on the customer and how they can reduce their own carbon footprint and how OPPD can be their partner and help that. Today, the community workstream, that really helps fill the gap and tie those 2 together and provide focus where OPPD has the greatest opportunity from a community scale to drive decarbonization. So you're going to see common themes across, energy portfolio, customer, and community, such as beneficial electrification, energy efficiency, and distributed generation. And then we have the internal operations work stream today as well, and that really shows how OPPD is accounting for its greenhouse gas emissions and also highlights where opportunities to reduce our impact lie. So understanding the emission sources can really help provide direction where OPPD resources are best spent to reduce emissions. And the really exciting thing to see today is how the combined results from the Pathways to Decarbonization studies, they provide information and lay the foundation in direction for OPPD in developing strategies and making decisions as we transition from this studying decarbonization phase to really it being our way of business. And so Emily Muth, she's led both the internal operations and the community work streams. I do want to recognize today Jessica De La Torre and Russ Baker. They kind of brought the groundwork for those work streams, and Emily took them over early last year and really drove them to where we are today. So Emily's going to lead us through internal operations first, and then we'll transition to community. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Emily.
Great. Thanks, Ryan. Quick mic check. Are we good? All right. Appreciate the thumbs up. Go ahead and advance the next couple slides. So today we're going to talk about the internal ops section of the decarb pathway. So the objective of this program was really to create a greenhouse gas inventory that was transparent, complete, accurate, consistent, and relevant. And so these objectives are highlighted here in orange, and they align well with the World Resource Institute's Greenhouse Gas Protocol guiding principles. And those were used as the foundation for our inventory. Where the guidance wasn't clear for the electric power sector from WRI, methods from the Climate Registry's electric power sector protocol were used to calculate emissions. So our base year was chosen on the most recent best description of normal operation. So as you recall, Fort Calhoun Nuclear Station ceased operations in 2016, and in 2019, the district experienced historical flooding that impacted our operations. So based on these factors, 2018 was chosen to most accurately represent normal operations in OPPD's generation fleet. To institute a repeatable process, methods for data collection have been described in detail in our greenhouse gas inventory management plan, and this includes audit protocols to ensure data accuracy. At this time, automation isn't possible, but we'll talk more about that in slides to come. And then finally, to inform projects. So greenhouse gas accounting allows for initial scoping and characterization of products to reduce OPPD's largest non-generating emission sources and further reflect OPPD's initiative of reducing our carbon impact. Next slide, please, Mo. So this slide is an overview of the World Resource Institute's greenhouse gas emission protocols that really examines emissions across the value chain from the corporate accounting standard. So this translates to all types of business. It's divided into scopes, or what we call operational boundaries. So scope 1, think direct emissions. So for OPPD, that's stacks and tailpipes, right? Scope 2 is going to be any indirect emissions associated with doing business. So just like a bakery accounts for energy consumption in baking their products, we too account for energy uses in our buildings, in our business, such as keeping the lights on in the buildings or transmission distribution losses that are just a part of our business. And then scope 3 is indirect emissions from any other activity not included in scope 1 or 2. So purchase goods and services and employee commute are great examples of those. Next slide. So we recognize that the majority of our emissions are from our stacks. So that's included in scope 1. And those were addressed under the energy portfolio work that you saw last month. So here we're going to dive into some of those other scopes. Advance the slide, please. So here we are with scope 1, stacks and tailpipes again. So our stacks make up the majority of this operational boundary. And then scope 2, you see, are those indirect emissions associated with doing business. So for OPPD, that's consumed electricity in our buildings and transmission and distribution losses as we move energy across our service territory. Head to scope 3, please. And now scope 3 is those indirect emissions from any other activity that's not included in scope 1 or 2. So goods and services we purchase or employee commute. So the majority of scope 3 is in those energy and fuel related activities. And you'll see that listed there in the pie chart. So there's some upstream emissions from the processes involved in mining and transporting fuels that we use, and other downstream activities like purchase power delivered to end users. Go ahead to the next one. So to ensure we are aligning with best practices in the utility industry and industries economy-wide, we went we wanted to make sure we met those key principles of greenhouse gas reporting of relevance, competence, consistency, transparency, and accuracy. We conducted a third-party verification effort. Now, this third-party verification is best practice under the protocol, and it helps us further instill customer confidence, provides them data in a form that can be used for their accounting and potential reporting to voluntary disclosure projects. So the scope of this verification included both our methodologies and our emissions data. So the first step in the methodology is going to be to define an organizational boundary, because businesses vary in operations between their legal and organizational structures. So wholly owned, joint ventures, subsidiaries, just to name a few. So it's necessary to set boundaries dependent on that organization's relationship among the parties involved. So there's two approaches. There's an equity share and a control approach. So the equity share accounts for greenhouse gas emissions from operations according to company's share of their equity in that operation. A control approach accounts for 100% of greenhouse gas emissions for over which a company has control, right? The greenhouse gas protocol states that it can be argued that a company that derives an economic benefit or profit from a certain activity should take ownership of those greenhouse gas emissions generated by the activity. We accomplish this through an equity share approach. So the next step is to define the operational boundaries that are specific to that company. So we did that in those previous slides. You saw scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. But it's really important here to distinguish the difference between greenhouse gas accounting and greenhouse gas reporting. So accounting concerns recognition and consolidation of greenhouse gas emissions, where a parent company really holds interest. So that equity or operational control again. Where reporting is really tailored to the needs of the various reporting uses and users. So think regulatory reporting like EPA 40 CFR Part 98, which is the mandatory greenhouse gas reporting rule. So you'll see differences between greenhouse gas accounting and greenhouse gas reporting final numbers. So I want to make sure we understand that fact. So our verification covered data collection for 2018 through 2020. And then it also included a detailed review of the inventory management plan. Next slide, please. So when this study began, 2 years ago, we said, it was the first time many of us in the environmental and regulatory affairs team had really studied this methodology. So from that, these third-party observations were made. And the most significant, which I think we can all be really proud of, was that there was no material findings. So material is defined as having a significant misrepresentation or omissions of a singular or cumulative mistake. The threshold set at 5%, which is an industry standard. But the team was really proud that we started this from scratch and got something together that was complete and accurate. So this accounting framework it aligns so well with our stakeholder expectations, and that really solidified that. Go ahead. So based on these recommendations, we're asking that they be operationalized and resources dedicated. So first, greenhouse gas accounting process should be operationalized into the business. It's currently underway with the original SI team members, so 2021 is in progress. Second, we'd like to continue with third-party verification to really maintain that data credibility. And lastly, we intend to work with the Technology Platform Strategic Initiative and the Technology and Securities Business Unit to automate more of the process and improve data management in the future. So this is just one example of the links between all the strategic initiatives. And here to talk a little bit more about that today is Steve Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for this time to speak to the topic. My name is Steve Brown. I'm with the Technology and Security Organization. And I wanted to, clearly emphasize that the quality of the data that we produce is paramount. And I think that, Emily and Ryan have done a fantastic job in putting this stuff together. I think it's trusted, as I said, high quality. But as we look to the future, we want to make that easier. We look at this as a long-term journey, and when we think about data quality, data governance, and ensuring that it isn't a form of acrobatics to get the information, we are committed to moving the ball forward, not only to enhance the governance we already do, but how do we make it easier to find, easier to get, and easier to create reports and generate the advanced analytics and the intelligence that we know are part of the future. So I bring that to this, as a commitment that's coming out of the data portion of our technology strategic initiative, and something that we identified as a very clear connection to how we are looking at not only today, but we look at this as a long-term trajectory of ensuring high quality, easily accessible data sources, so teams like this can put this type of information together and we can make better decisions. So thank you very much for giving me that time. And yes, this is a great example of a connection that we have across our strategic initiatives. So thank you, Emily.
Thanks for joining us today, Steve.
You bet.
So I think he had a slide in there if you want to move to the next slide so we can see some of his high points. And then I'm open to questions. I see one in the chat related to energy efficiency and demand side management. So purchase power delivered to end users is included in that scope 3 and any energy related services. And so I guess I'd like a little bit more information.
Hey, Emily.
Yeah.
I think I probably had a few more minutes to think this through than you did, since I was you were presenting. But I believe that where we would end up seeing that, so energy efficiency and DSM products would reduce the energy consumption of the end user, right? And so they would see that reflected in their scope 2. And where we would actually see it is in scope 1, where that's less energy we have to produce, right? And so that's kind of how that would reflect between us and the customer. So the customer would get to count those things as their scope 2 reductions, and we would see it as a scope 1 reduction based on producing less energy. So.
Thanks, Ryan.
Great. Emily, are we looking for questions from other directors now, just to clarify?
Yes, please. We'll take a pause between the two just because there's a lot of information here and we kind of switch gears from granular to the bigger scope.
Okay. I don't see hands or hear anyone right now. So I did have a question. When we own and operate generation resources for which we don't get accredited the entire capacity, can you highlight in the measurements, where does the portion of some of our generation resources, which is attributed to others, where does that fall in our measurement versus our scope 1, 2, 3 accounting? How is that reported and recorded? And I think maybe this falls to that category of reported and recorded that you talked about.
So I guess I want to make sure I understand. So we use an equity share approach. So anything that we wholly own, we have that equity investment. So for example, with our power partners in NC2, we report 100% of that because we own that. And that's the way the contracts are written up. So that actually lines up really well with what we do in EPA reporting as well, because we report 100% of the NC2 emissions there.
And so 100% of NC2 would appear within scope 1?
That's correct.
Great. Appreciate the clarification there.
Sure.
Do any other directors have questions? I don't see any hands, and I don't want to force you to ask things if you don't have any, but I do just want to make sure that opportunity is available. I see Director Spurgeon.
Would you go over once more? I understand the reporting different from accounting. Would you say that again, please?
Sure. So with reporting, we're talking about what's specific to that rule, regulation, that user. But accounting is really accounting for all of the emissions. So we don't really think about our employee commute or those scope 3 or those downstream emissions when we look at reporting. But when we're doing this accounting, we're looking at the totality of the entire impact. Does that help?
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I still see a hand from Director Spurgeon. I'm assuming that she'll put that down in a second. And then I wanted to appreciate the fact that we have gone through the process to determine a baseline. And I think 2018 makes sense. As you said, we've had extraordinary circumstances that we don't anticipate being repeated. So using the most recent, most normal year makes a lot of sense. So I'm glad that we have a baseline established on which we can consider other policies and metrics as we move forward. That's very helpful. Thank you for clarifying that. I don't see any other hands, and so I think with that, perhaps we can move to the next presentation, and if there are additional questions, maybe we can catch them at the end. So let's go to the community aspect.
Wonderful, thank you. All right. So this is to talk a little bit more about our community point of view. So we know that our work towards net zero carbon enables change greater than electricity alone. So decarbonization is going to change nearly every aspect of our daily lives, from how we consume electricity in our homes and our businesses and our industry, how we get around and transport goods, how the food we eat is grown and produced, and how we manage waste. So a net zero carbon electricity grid really opens the door for other community scale decarbonization opportunities, such as electrified transportation and buildings. There's a lot of focus here on OPPD, but it's going to take the efforts of us all. So that's why we're engaging customers and communities on this journey through education and advocacy. Can we get ahead to the next slide, please? So traditionally, OPPD focuses on reducing our greenhouse gas emissions within our operations that we have direct control. So our power generation, our fleet, and facilities. But this study conducted with HDR really considered another vantage point from the community context. So this study began by developing a baseline understanding of community decarbonization strategies. And so we did a review and a catalog of community action plans, and we went through a prioritization where we figured out where OPPD is best positioned to lead change. And you saw that presented last year. So from that initial work, we gained insights to 4 opportunity areas. Next slide. So those 4 opportunity areas are advocating for advanced energy codes and green building standards, accelerating the EV transition, supporting distributed generation, and addressing the energy water nexus. So as you're aware, OPPD has many products and services in each of these areas available to our customers. And we talked a lot about that customer work stream last month. So most of these are fairly intuitive with energy codes and EV transition and distributed generation, except for that energy water nexus. So according to the Congressional Research Service report of Energy Water Nexus, water and energy resources are reciprocally and mutually linked. So think about meeting energy needs. It requires water, often in really large quantities for mining, fuel production, hydropower, plant cooling, but energy is needed for the pumping and treatment and distribution of water and collection and treatment and discharge of wastewater. So exploring this area further has really many co-benefit potentials. Go ahead to the next slide. I think there might be an animation, so go ahead and click through that if you would, Mo. It's just helpful. So to build our community decarbonization roadmap, we needed to really understand where we are today and what our future opportunities are for incremental change. So the 10, 20, and 30-year roadmap identified in the customer work stream has set a strong example of OPPD's progress toward carbon reductions and sustainable futures for the communities we serve. So by building this roadmap with the community context in mind, we're focused on scaling those opportunities to make the greatest impact. And it can be used as another vantage point to inform our advanced feasibility studies. Go ahead. Thanks, Mo. So this roadmap is organized into strategies and actions that support those strategies for each of the opportunity areas. And we did so by creating a database of existing and planned and potential incremental programs and initiatives. So to better understand industry best standards, we looked at various utilities and utility alliances. So specifically those utilities that served the climate action plans that were reviewed in the initial phase of that community study, along with industry groups such as SEPA. So that's the Smart Electric Power Alliance. Next slide, please. So here we're going to begin to highlight strategies and actions that support each of those 4 opportunity areas. We'll start here with EV transition. And so based on our benchmarking and subject matter expert interviews, these are the top strategies that help accelerate the EV transition. So as you can see, many are already underway here at OPPD. For example, the February announcement of 5 new EV fast charging stations is a demonstration of infrastructure build out in number 2. So many of these strategies focus on education and advocacy. That really further solidifies how our customers may look to us as a trusted source of information. Next slide, please. So here are actions associated with those strategies. So please recognize this is not all inclusive. It's so hard to narrow down all the work that happens and is underway by our products and services team. So we just grabbed and highlighted a few of those. So the actions that are currently happening or underway are in orange. And this is a small sample of the existing programs at OPPD. So you can read those there. The items in blue are a sample of what's on OPPD's roadmaps and what's seen from examining industry best practices as areas of incremental opportunity for community greenhouse gas reductions in this EV space. For example, the planned managed EV charging pilot that's going to roll out in late 2022, 2023 that you see on the last one. It's an industry best practice for community decarbonization. Go ahead. So here we look at strategies that support distributed generation. And so note that these include both residential and commercial. And the key items here are really around education, customer choice, and being that trusted energy partner. Next slide. So actions associated with distributed generation. Again, this is a sample that includes both residential and commercial. So I'd like to take this opportunity here to highlight the newly launched Trade Ally program. The customers can find companies that are trained and approved by OPPD to submit rebate applications for solar and other customer-owned generation. That's all on our OPPD website, along with other tools and lots of information. So those items in blue are on the roadmap for future potential customer products. And so those are being explored through the products and services group. Next slide. So strategies involving advanced energy codes and green building standards. There are largely opportunities here to educate, engage, and really lead by example. And when we talk about training and engaging industry partners and promoting beneficial electrification. Next slide. And then while these actions associated with this category really focus on the fact that the best kilowatt of energy is the one you don't use. And OPPD currently offers many avenues for greater energy efficiencies in the form of outreach, education, consultation through our Speakers Bureau and products and services like Eco 24/7. A sample of incremental opportunities being evaluated are listed in blue as we explore future partnerships and incentive programs. Next slide. So finally, here's our friend, the energy water nexus. And so it's not widely seen in the literature. The primary driver here is going to be energy efficiency and water use reductions or conservation. You know, OPPD is good stewards of our resources, and we've conducted various water conservation tactics at our facilities. But we do recognize that energy cost can be a significant portion of rural utilities budgets. And we're including future strategies that explore the possibility of distributed energy resources co-located at or near water treatment. Next slide. So I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fantastic work that goes on under SD13, which is community outreach and engagement. So we've got advocates across the district in public affairs, customer service, utility operations, just to name a few. And then they engage, advocate for our mission, our values, and our initiatives. So the above community groups and entities, like the City of Omaha's Climate Action Planning Group, are just a sample of the many avenues in which OPPD is continuing to focus and grow its presence by engaging and advancing efforts in the 4 opportunity areas and beyond. So with this final overview of the Community Decarbonization Action Planning Roadmap and the Internal Ops Program, I'd like to turn it over to Ryan for final recommendations. But I want to thank you all for your time today and the continued support of these efforts. Ryan?
Thanks, Emily. You want to go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So today, we provided findings from internal operations and community, but I think the bigger picture here really is the integration of the pathways to decarbonization results back into the business. So first here we have the integration of the community, customer, and energy portfolio work streams for inclusion in the scoping of the advanced feasibility studies. It's really essential to taking the next steps in developing future strategies and making decisions. So this scoping will be occurring during the second quarter of 2022 as these 4 work streams are wrapping up. And then, throughout our decarbonization studies, we identified multiple metrics that we believe should be reported more broadly. So we recommend disclosing the greenhouse gas accounting and other priority sustainability metrics, such as the carbon savings from products and services implemented. This disclosure and communication can be accomplished via sustainability reporting as part of the broader sustainability effort. That effort is ongoing right now. We have support from EPRI, the Electric Power Research Institute, who's helping us identify our sustainability priorities. And the goal is to have an initial sustainability report in 2023. So additional resource needs will be estimated as part of the current sustainability efforts and then requested during the budget cycle for next year. And finally, the findings from pathways to decarbonization, including all 4 work streams, should be utilized to lead the way OPPD powers the future and provide direction for internal business decisions. So for example, to make decisions about the best way to use and invest in our facilities, we recommend this data be incorporated into the master facilities plan. We also believe the pathways to decarbonization results should help inform the execution planning for our aspirational Powering the Future to 2050 vision. So the foundation and direction to take us from studying decarbonization as a strategic initiative to really making it part of our everyday work and business has been laid. We have the opportunity to not only impact our own future, but really to be the example, the educator, and the enabler for the decarbonization and advancement of our customers and communities' futures. And with that, I think we'll turn it over for questions and discussion.
Great. We had one question by chat, and I think Mary Spurgeon that was addressed on the last slide about the identifying the future resource needs that have been listed in the recommendations. So if you had a follow up there, please let us know. I see Director Bogner, your hand. Now I do not see your hand, but I also do not hear you.
I know, I was on mute and I started talking and all the things. So, okay, here we go. So you're speaking my love language with this presentation, and I very much want to acknowledge that. I wanted to double down on slide 23, your Advanced Energy Code and Green Building Roadmap. So I think there's a lot of lessons learned that we can take right now from the state of California that is very much struggling with cities that want to go all electric with a state energy code that very much does not allow for that, making it nearly impossible to build new buildings that are all electric. They're working through the code revisions needed to get there. Presently, our energy code does not give that same restriction, but as it continues to evolve to become, I would say, a more advanced code, it has an option to go, it's a branch, right? Either it's going to support all electric or it's not. And so I think I love that this has been identified. This is like the work I do day in, day out. And so very interested to continue to see how this evolves from OPPD's perspective. So just a big shout out. Thank you very much.
Great. I have some questions as well. Since we did not do an engagement during the systems committee meeting, I saved some things for today. I hope that's all right with everybody. If others have questions, please feel free to raise your hands. But when we talk about the investments, the strategy to invest in accelerating electrified transportation, so far we've had grant-funded incentives for electric vehicles or for chargers or even for the publicly accessible fast chargers that we've installed. Do we expect that the strategies for accelerating electrified transportation will lead to direct investment in the OPPD corporate operating plan in the future to help facilitate some of this? Does anybody have comments about how soon we can expect from this to move from, as you said, studying decarbonization to internalizing within our operations? Might be a parallel to grant funding for pilot programs over to this is a core part of our business. Does anyone have comments about how we try and make that transition?
I can take that, Director Williams. Great question. Certainly, this work is informing those types of decisions. But as you well know, I mean, the prioritization and balancing of resources that happen every year during our budgeting process and resource optimization sessions is complex. What I can tell you is that without this work, these decisions would be a lot harder to make, right? These type of work is helping us make those decisions, and is really clarifying how those actions and budget line items will help contribute to meeting the strategic directives that our board has put forward, and also advances to these Powering the Future to 2050. So it's too soon to tell exactly how, but what I can tell you is this year we are much better equipped to have that conversation than we have been in the past. So more to come. I sense the desire for us to focus on these, and we will pay much closer attention this summer during the budget season.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I wanted a chance to correct myself. During the president's report last month, I made a slight back of the napkin error in calculations on the revenue from electric vehicle charging so far. I apologize. But I do believe that the more we look into this, the more beneficial we will see the flexibility of demand from electric vehicles as a new revenue source for off-peak charging. Specifically, we mentioned the non-AMI, and I believe this is on one of the slides, the non-AMI charging, what was the term we used here? Developing managed EV charging pilot for late 2022. I think it's on the next slide. So I appreciate that, and I hope that will lead to some significant benefits in understanding the potential revenue opportunities for off-peak electric vehicle charging. I see Director Molhoff's hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And, thanks to Emily and Ryan for this update. I'm really excited about the solar and customer generation trade allies on our website, because that's one of the most frequent questions I get is who can I contact to install my solar? And I think that as we can add providers to that list, it will really help us to be really, again, the first source of information for our customers. So I appreciate that. And then the water energy nexus is so important. And I was really excited to see that take really a lead in this initiative, because really for rural communities like Ashland and many others, our energy bills to pump and clean water are one of our highest line items for our budget. So really appreciate the focus on that work. And I think there's so much room for, there's so much opportunity for partnership in that area for the future. So kudos to the team. And I don't really have a question, just thank you so much for this update and for your focus, and obviously a ton of work that went into this process. So thank you again.
We're all at computers, so I popped over to the Trade Ally program page. I'm glad to see that live. So following on Janice's question, I see that there are 3 solar contractors that are listed as approved Trade Ally contractors now. Is that something that we intend to continue expanding? Is it possible for additional contractors to get on that list at this point, or how should we convey to other contractors who aren't on the list what they should do to move forward?
Director Williams, I'll take that question, but we'll have to defer and get an answer back to you. Being fairly new to the group, I'm not familiar with the exact process of how new suppliers get added, so I'll be happy to take that as a note and follow up, unless there are those on the call that have more specific knowledge than I right now.
No, not necessarily to add to that, Tim, but I would, if it's okay, Director Williams, I would take the opportunity, just a 60-second plug in here. One of the many advantages of this ambassador program, not only within, not the ambassador, the allies program with solar installments, it's really, really important. We are trying to do many things here, but one of them is to really protect our customer owners from false advertising and from deceitful strategies that you see all across social media. We are very much in favor and supporting our own customer owners to transition to solar, rooftop solar energy. Unfortunately, what we have seen from some developers is less than transparent and again, deceitful strategies. So what we're trying to do with these is provide an avenue for our customer owners to say, these are the companies that we're working with. They know the process. We have partnerships with them, and really an invitation for all developers to come in and work with a utility. So all of this is really in an effort to protect our customer owners from these less than legitimate and sometimes predatory practices. That my terms, maybe not legal terms.
Javier, can I walk that just a little bit further? We're also doing that from a MPA standpoint through our marketing and communications group, doing that all across the state, because other utilities, small or large, are seeing the exact same. So we want to make sure we get the right education materials out there so that people can be educated on a buyer beware strategy. Over.
Great. I really appreciate that. As Director Molhoff said, I also get that question regularly about solar. I noticed in the Accelerating EV map, there was an indication of the Trade Ally program as well. So Tim, if in that question, you could also look into how I assume electricians could become approved as EV charger installed Trade Allies. I guess I'm assuming that's what that means, but if you could also provide some clarification on how that could occur, that would be helpful as well. From a customer perspective, there are customers who have the ability to make market rate investments in distributed generation or electric vehicles or chargers. And then there are other customers who might be low and moderate income, or who might be in an apartment and don't have the physical space to make some of these changes. Are in this community engagement work, are we looking to address some of those other challenges? You know, the renter's dilemma, where you might not have physical control over the place where your car is parked, for example, or the roof on the building isn't somewhere that you are approved to put solar, and you would need to work with the property owner. Is overcoming some of that for people who are not individual home owners? Is that part of the work that we're going to have in this area?
Once again, Director Williams, I will take that as a note and a follow-up, though it won't directly answer your question. There may be some interesting information in public information in our Greener Together program, talking about how customers can get involved in a greener OPPD and a greener service area going forward. So that may not directly answer, but it may help inform your question.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And my question there, to just make sure that I'm clarifying, both from a physical constraint perspective, but also from an equity perspective, there are different types of living conditions for different people across our community. And I want to make sure that as we identify strategies for electrified transportation or distributed generation, and how those benefits are brought to the customer and to the utility and our community more broadly, that we have strategies to make sure that everyone can participate, because there are economic and other challenges that are not distributed evenly across the community. And I want to make sure that we are keeping that equity perspective front and center as we look to bring people forward with our decarbonization journey moving forward. So I just wanted to clarify kind of where my interest was in the follow-up discussion there.
Understood. Thank you.
So the and I hope this isn't too much, on the managed charging program, do you have any additional clarification about the managed charging program at this time, or is that something where you're going to tell me wait until the end of 2022, as listed on the slide that we're looking at right now?
Director Williams, that's with our products and services group. So I believe Heather is on the call. I don't know if she has any additional information on that program, but I did want to make sure that she had a shout out, because her group has been doing tremendous work.
Director Williams, can you hear me okay? Okay, sorry, I've been trying to jump in and having lots of mute issues. To help you with the managed EV charging pilot, that project is just kicking off. But the big learning that we have here is that it does require a strong DERMS vendor for us to partner with. The DERMS vendor that we have today, and DERMS is Distributed Energy Resources Management System, just to spell that out. But the DERMS provider that we have in place today, albeit a fantastic partner for the current state programs, this is just an area that they were not able to support us. So in order for us to, I will say, successfully launch this pilot, to gather those learnings and make this into a full-time program, that is a side project or step that we're going to have to take in order to, like I said, be successful. So it may be slightly delayed, but they are doing the research and they're starting to meet with the vendors and pursue that path of the project. So hopefully that gives you a bit of an update there.
Great. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that. And that was generally where my question was going. We have done pilot programs on advanced energy efficiency and clean energy technologies in the past, and I hope that we can make those available to as many hardware manufacturers as possible, so that we don't limit people in their options. We have piloted that successfully in other areas. Very specifically, the smart thermostat program was a great success, and I hope that with EV charging and with customer-owned generation, that we can also make that available to a wide set of hardware to give our customers the most opportunities and the most contractors to have access to that program as well. So one more question on distributed generation. I've recently made comments about the fact that the technology is basically where we need it to be, but largely what we have are financial challenges or financial mechanisms that are needed to encourage people or facilitate people being able to make some of those choices. We've talked in the past, and I don't want to specify a particular outcome, but are things like on-bill financing part of the study that we expect moving forward to facilitate some of the financial mechanisms that could encourage that? Or, you know, is that within the scope of where we see our work for supporting customer-owned generation and other efficiency and clean energy projects? Is that something we see as part of our work moving forward?
Director Williams, the answer is yes, and I'm looking at Heather. Her team has been looking at on-bill financing for a while, and certainly, from what I understand, is there is a place, there is a time for an appetite for that. Certainly, this is something that we would have to coordinate really well with our CFO and our ability to float and have all of these resources. But it's the on-bill financing topic has been discussed many times at board meetings and committee meetings. This is one where Heather's team on product development, she's really taking that at heart and developing a better understanding for the need and the best deployment. Heather, I don't know if there's anything that you want to add.
Javier, you recapped it well. I mean, the biggest part of this particular project is assessing the risk. We know that there's a need. We're hearing it not only from our residential customer base, but also our commercial industrial customer base. But it's assessing that risk and finding perhaps partnership opportunities in the community so OPPD doesn't necessarily have to carry the risk. This is a project that is on our roadmap for 2022 to begin. And I want to be clear that that's to begin because it certainly will not be a project that starts and ends in this year. But we are expected to start this around the third quarter of this year and start getting into a little bit more deeper research. Again, meetings with some partners in the community around financial risk taking and opportunities there. So I think we'll have a lot more for you in months to come.
Great, thank you. And I didn't mean to mention a specific type of financial mechanism. It's just that, again, I believe that a lot of the technical stuff has been addressed and the financial mechanism is where we need the most assistance to help people move forward. So thank you for the update about the timeline moving forward there. In the area of the advanced energy codes and green buildings, Amanda, that's your wheelhouse. So I am glad you enjoyed today. Director Yoder has in the past talked about the idea of how our rates might be related to efficiency of buildings. And I'm curious if that's something that would be within the scope of what we're looking at here moving forward. Can we, what types of mechanisms can we use to encourage people to make choices to show efficiency and conservation improvements within their own operations or within their own home? Is that the type of thing that we think we might be able to incorporate into this part of the work?
Yeah, Director Williams, thank you for your question. I think you bring up an exceptional point on the nexus of rates. And, rates are a cost recovery mechanism. They have a number of different impacts on different things, as you denote. And I think the process that Mr. Bishop is going to run is going to take some of that feedback from the energy supply around the role of rates. It's going to take feedback from how the customers are viewing rates and what they may want. And then in some of the areas that you denote here, it could be informed by some of this feedback as well. And then we've got to think through, what the best outcome is in those space, knowing that those discussions can be hard to navigate, especially as you stay very connected with the customer and from the perspective of, do they understand the rates? Do they understand what the utility is trying to do or what we're obligated to do? And then how do they interact with us in that setting? So I think this is some great work that can inform that work stream led by Mr. Bishop. And so that would be my reaction.
Great, thanks very much, Brad. And I'm not surprised at all to see Director Yoder's hand on that one. Rick, do you have a follow-up?
Well, you called me out, so so I do. Brad, thank you very much for your response. And the challenge I guess I have in thinking about this, and the challenge I imagine other people have thinking about this, I have said many times before, rates form the market, right? So they're not just a cost recovery mechanism, which of course they are, but they induce action and they cause people to do things. So this is the struggle, I think, as we grow as an organization, is how to understand that feedback mechanism and how to manage that feedback mechanism. So yes, I'm very thankful that CFO Bishop is has this process started here, and I look forward to our maturing to start to put all these things together in an integrated fashion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Director Yoder. One final comment. I saw some beneficial electrification mentioned and discussed throughout the presentation here. Unsurprisingly, I've mentioned that in the past. I'm very glad to see that incorporated into our planning for the future. Heat pump, electric water heaters, electrified space heating, all kinds of additional revenue opportunities that will also help with decarbonization in other areas that are outside of our direct control. I think that's excellent. There are a number of kind of broader public engagement efforts around this area. The Electrify Everything movements. There are some national organizations working here, and perhaps if you've been on Energy Twitter recently, you've seen the Heat Pumps for Peace campaign that's going to help move away from fossil fuels that are constraining international relations and move toward electrified heating. So do we plan to engage with some of the national campaigns on the outreach work to encourage people within our territory to move toward electrified transportation or other beneficial electrification? And that's kind of a T-ball question, but is that something we're planning?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Director Yoder. I would say going back to the slide, I think it was 91, where we had identified the areas of our community that would benefit from our presence and our advocacy. My suspicion is that would be sort of mission one or the first meal, so to speak. And then, we could certainly do some of these other things, but we wouldn't want to do those things unintentionally shortchanging these areas where folks are inviting us in and they are welcoming our presence. And we want to make sure we're responsive to that and proactive on it as best we can. But your comment is duly noted.
Great. Well, and that's kind of everything I had. I appreciate the format that we used here rather than in the systems committee meeting, but that we could have this type of discussion here. So kudos to the process improvement work that we've done recently. I personally am very glad to have seen all 4 of the work streams. I think the presentations today were excellent. So thank you to everyone who was involved. Great stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing all of this move forward into the advanced feasibility studies and the other wonderful programs that we've talked about for this year and into the future. So thanks very much, everyone. Brad, if you have some final thoughts or comments, I'd be glad to hear that as we wrap up this item.
Yeah, thank you, Director Williams. Just a quick call out. We saw transportation electrification in the energy portfolio. We saw transportation electrification in the customer piece, and we saw it here. And so I think there's a lot of really positive outcomes around things that we're doing, and some of those things being affirmed, and then some of those areas for future focus that Ms. Muth had commented on. But part of the value for us organizationally is around the alignment for these things from a cross-discipline perspective and the collective organizational focus on what's priority here. What should we all go hand in hand together to advance? And I think from a culture perspective, that's been exceptionally valuable for us as an organization from my seat. And I think that momentum will carry us into the future. I also had a brief comment on, I think, a very good question or comment that Director Yoder had around where demand side management and the role it plays in reducing our carbon profile. And I think we gave a great response on how we track that from a GHG framework perspective and maybe why the framework is set up that way. But ultimately, that is a big objective for us, is making sure we meet the customer in that space, that we show up strong, and we have a visible and vocal presence on here are the products and services that we're offering to help you partner with us in accomplishing the goal together. And I echo Ms. Muth's comments to Heather around the importance of the nexus of community and customer and making sure these things are reciprocating well with each other. And these findings and these practices that we see in various communities, whether it be Austin Energy or SMUD or wherever we're looking, injects well back into the products and services and the customer facing piece of the organization. So we're making progress on this and we're iterating consistently and regularly. And I just wanted to express my gratitude for Director Yoder's comments in that space, in addition to the framework question that we answered. I also just wanted to briefly thank Ms. Muth for the work that she has done and how she's done it. You heard Ryan say that Emily really carried the load on the internal operations and the community work streams. For those folks that are involved in slide 91, you know Emily's face and you know her voice because she's out and she's active. And I think it's just been an exceptional opportunity for us to leverage her that's an awkward word to foul up, her intellect, her capability, and her energy in this space back into the organizational objectives and meet the broader community need. I just wanted to make sure that that was properly recognized, and I wanted to thank you for that, Emily. That's all from me, Director Williams.
Great. Well, thanks very much, everybody. And with that, I think that concludes all 4 of the work streams. So as a reminder, please use the information that we've seen in the presentations last month and this month as you take a look at Strategic Directive 9. And I hope that it also informs other discussions, the nexus with the rates, as Brad highlighted. I think the work is excellent, and I'm looking forward to seeing this move from the study phase over into the implementation phase. So thanks again, everyone. And I believe that concludes the Systems Committee meeting for this month.
Thank you very much. And we're almost right on time. So good job, everybody. Okay, so next we have the PI Committee report. Director Mulhoff.
Thank you. We met on March 8th. We had a legislative and regulatory update, fast and furious over there at the State House. And talked a little bit about SC11, the Economic Development Policy Revision. We've looked at some tentative language for that. And we're looking at revisiting that at our next month's meeting. Then we'll hopefully be ready to roll that out to the full committee and the full board for comments, and then bring it to the all committee meeting in May at the earliest, and June at the latest. So we're working through that. We had an update on the Greener Together product and services update, which I think we'll have a full update here in a few minutes. And that was pretty much the extent of our conversation on PI committee. So I think next up, I'm trying to pull I lost the agenda. So legislative update. So
great.
We'll talk about, have Lisa's team talk a little bit about what's going on at the legislature.
Yeah, thank you so much, Director Mulhoff. I do want to pause for a moment because I was reflecting as Emily was talking through. She has done a beautiful job with Russ moving on into retirement, and people have moved around, and she proactively stepped up and said, "This is something I want to do," and we're just extremely proud of the leadership. And I also want to pause for a moment. It was just 7 years ago that we started this stakeholder journey. And as you can tell, proud mama bear, man. I mean, the work that many of the board members were stakeholders at the time on the other side of this, and how far we have come, and the engagement, and to see what we've done as a district and how everybody is involved in stakeholder engagement now. So I just wanted to pause and thank the district employees, as well as the board and the community, because many of the people on the call today have been part of that journey as well. So thank you for coming along that journey with us and making us better along that way. So speaking of a busy time, we're going to focus a little bit on state, not a little, a lot, and local, and then of course a little bit on federal. But I am telling you, we are in robust mode right now on so many fronts. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Tim O'Brien, and he'll give you an update of what's going on down in Lincoln and a little bit of taste of what's been going on the local side. So with that, Tim.
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to speak with everyone on what's happening on our local, state, and federal legislative affairs. A lot is occurring. Lisa did such a nice job teeing things up. I like analogies, and I think March is March Madness. I love sports, and it's about that. And what I mean further is we really start to know what bills are moving in Lincoln, what bills might finish the process. And so it really is kind of a unique analogy thinking about March each year. So that's what I'm going to go with to help set your mind there. We are in day 42 of 60 days. This week is exceptionally important as we're starting to see, or will see, and just even as we speak, what items will be funded from the federal recovery fund. So there was several $1 billion of requests and a little over $1 billion to spend. And so this week and leaking into next week will be discussions on the expenditure of those funds that will certainly make a great impact across our state. So I will come back to that several times in our update today. And we're still reading through all the things that are in there. So there's going to be dynamics that will affect how the legislature operates based on who got funding and what, and maybe where we focus some energy as well. So there will be real-time updates that will continue there. In addition to the recovery funds, the concept of priority bills is extremely important. And so I will speak to bills that have changed status since we last had an update last month, or have received a priority status and where they might move to. So those will be the things that we will discuss. Again, just about 18 days left in the legislature this session that'll take us to the end of April. Mo, if you'd go to the next slide for me, please. And I also want to greatly thank our team that works so closely on this, and Steve Bruckner and so many subject matter experts. It's a huge undertaking, and I'll probably call on Seth a few times to give some feedback and insight on where some of the bills stand, as a lot has changed even in the last 24 and 48 hours. On this first slide, no major changes. I'll draw your attention to LB 804. This was advanced to final reading. This adjusts the compensation available to the Power Review Board or their budget to manage regulatory functions with the Southwest Power Pool, so that one has moved. LB 847 was signed by the governor yesterday, I believe, on the 14th. This just clarifies design build opportunities for political subdivisions, and this one was really a desire of NUD. We also provided some coordination with NUD on that particular bill, so pleased with some success there. LB 908, we had continued to watch this one, and it has changed since I last spoke to you, even in the last day and a half. It does have an amendment filed that moves us to a neutral position, so it doesn't impact how we currently operate today for virtual meetings. It was debated yesterday and passed the first round of debate with 39 yes votes, one no, and 9 not voting. So that one is moving forward. We're pleased with the amendment that was filed on that particular bill. Next slide, please, Mo. There's several on this slide that this is where we'll spend most of our time today. LB 977, this is a bill to appropriate funds to the Department of Economic Development to support for electrical system upgrades if a city of the second class coordinates with an electric service provider. Originally, the bill was seeking recovery funds. There was an amendment filed yesterday, actually, that seeks to approve or move $15 million from the general fund to fund this grant fund. Sorry for all the steps there, but that's where it's moving. We've had lots of conversations with the senator, and Falls City is a community of grave interest in this particular bill. So we've been talking with them, and we'll continue to actually meet with them tomorrow to continue our discussions on how we continue to work together. So we're pleased to see that this bill has continued to move forward, and Senator Slama prioritized it as well. So that's the status on that one. Unfortunately, on LB 1002, this was to appropriate funds that would allow for MUD and OPPD to support customer assistance. That was not in the bulk package for the budget or for the recovery funds, but we're going to continue to keep a keen eye on that for other opportunities for our customers. LB 1045, this one is an important one. This is the bill that is the vehicle that was voted out of the Natural Resources Committee on March 1st. It included two other bills concepts in that, LB 1047 and 1058, which we were both opposed to as drafted. Since it moved from committee on March 1st, there has been 5 amendments filed to the bill. What the package is doing, it is rolled in the concepts, as I stated, from 1047 and 1058. It's focused on interest and reliability. There is a amendment definition that defines or provides insight of what reliability is stated as. It also includes provisions to discuss reliability with the annual load and capability report with the Nebraska Power Review Board. It also defines base load, for example. Further, it does include penalties for fuel switching or retirement of baseload generation. So there is a lot rolled into that particular bill. It is one that we are very focused on from an industry standpoint with the Nebraska Power Association, and then members of the committee and those that have offered amendments and components there. I'm seeing a few questions. I will pause for questions.
Yeah, I did have my hand up. I'll jump in if that's all right. You mentioned the penalties on fuel switching there. Can you highlight a little bit more of, remind us more of what that is exactly?
Yep, absolutely. Thanks, Director Williams. There's a couple parts in the bill, and just trying to understand the mechanics, and I may have Seth or Steve Bruckner help as well, but the way it's drafted, from my understanding of the application, is that there could be a $50 million penalty for fuel switching or early retirement of a baseload unit. There is also a 5-year severance payment to those employees that would be impacted by that fuel switch or change of the baseload unit.
But the financial penalty itself doesn't really have any connection to reliability. It's only a financial mechanism. It doesn't really change any resource planning. Is that right?
That's a great point. That's how I see it. Yes, Director Williams.
I mean, I just want to make, and I know that our position is opposed, but I just want to make sure that we're clear about the understanding that, this is a financial penalty, which would be passed from the utilities to our customer owners. But if the intention is to provide increased reliability, unless you're changing something about the way resource planning or resource adequacy is determined, there is no connection between an additional cost for fuel switching from one resource to another and the desired or the pertained outcome. So I appreciate the fact that our position is opposed. This is, I feel, an incredibly important position, an incredibly important piece of the bill. And I'm very glad that we are doing what we can to continue to hold that position of oppose on this on those parts of the amendment to the bill. Thank you.
And Director Williams, one quick point of clarification. I fully agree with what you said. This penalty, this $50 million penalty per unit, would not necessarily go to our customer owners. It's a payment that would go to the county. How the county decides to use those funds or not, and when, that's not described, right? So it's completely arbitrary and really bad piece of legislation.
Yeah, sorry. I guess I meant that if it is something that we have to pay, we would then have to pass along the cost of the penalty to our customer owners through the rate structure, not that it would be on the other side. So it would be an increase in cost on our side, but without any connection to reliability.
Director Williams, you're spot on. That's exactly been our talk track, talking to the senators. So thank you.
Thank you for the questions and the discussion on this one. The last bill I'll highlight on this slide is 1099. This one did move through the legislative process, and I believe was signed or presented to the governor last week. I'm not sure if he has signed it yet, but what it does is create a hydrogen hub designation in our state and would allow for some great vehicle for further research, grant funding, some of the recovery funds, and infrastructure funds as they continue to roll out. So this was a very successful effort that would potentially and most likely impact our ability to use hydrogen and be a leader in that space for our state. So good success on 1099. Next slide, Mo. Just a couple slides left for the group here. 1102. This bill, we've continued to watch very, very closely. Steve Bruckner has been very beneficial in helping us understand the nuances of this bill, along with Jeremy Bowers, as well as there is a lot to it. There's also a lot of authority granted to the Department of Environment, Energy and Environment. And so we're continuing to watch that, giving feedback to those interested in our perspective on the particular bill. It did receive speaker priority, and it has had first round debate since our last update. 1144, this one has under review, and the reason that is a telecommunications priority bill, and it has several amendments attached to it. So there's things that include broadband mapping, a variety of things that we have been tracking and watching, and so we're trying to best understand the pieces and parts that make sense or may impact our business. But right now, we are continuing to review the aspects of the package from 1144. That concludes the updates on this slide. I have one more on the next two slides. I'll go, or actually this is the last one. Thank you, Mo. LB 344, this was a carryover from last year. We talk about one call a lot in the legislature. It is of interest by so many folks that are impacted by this. We have John Buckley that works for us, that's on the one call board and has been very beneficial in being our lead subject matter expert on this topic. We've been opposed to the bill. There's been some improvements made with amendments. Our main concern, and I'll have Seth help me here because there's been a lot of changes with this in the last few days, is that it can create some more stress on an already challenging board and oversight piece. In this particular case, some of the amendments give some additional requirements to the fire marshal to carry out their work to follow through with complaints, concerns, or risk. So we remain opposed to the bill as drafted. Seth, I don't know if you have any more on this particular one.
Yeah, just a little bit. Thanks, Tim. This bill was heard already on the floor. The amendment that's on this bill, this is, as Tim said, a carryover, would take it from the Attorney General, the authority from the Attorney General, give it to the Fire Marshal. That is not what the hearing was on when this bill was heard. So they're going to go back and do another hearing next week to address that, to see what that's going to be like. And questions are going to be posed to both the Attorney General and the Fire Marshal. Is one, Attorney General, why don't you want this anymore? Why don't you want this responsibility? And two, Fire Marshal, are you guys able to do this? Do you want to do this? And is there some compromise we can come in between so that we can try to get this off the plate of the legislature? So we'll have a new update once that hearing happens and see what we go forward on the floor. That's all I got.
Thank you, Seth. Appreciate it. The last one on this list is LB 512. This did receive a priority from the Business and Labor Committee. We are continuing to focus on having this bill move forward, so we're pleased with the status so far. That concludes the prepared remarks for the state legislative update. Pause if there's any questions. All right, seeing none, we'll move to the federal update. Seth was just in DC for the American Public Power Association Legislative Rally. So Seth, I'll let you make some comments here. I'll hit some highlights just real quickly. The legislature has been Congress has been very focused on sort of three buckets: budget, Ukraine, and appointment to the Supreme Court. So that's kind of the current status of where they're at. Been quite encouraged on, I think it was March 2nd or something close to that. Senator Manchin shared more publicly some of his interests in the Build Back Better program that we've focused and very, very closely on. He stated sort of his priorities were open to tax code changes, so that could be potentially beneficial to our further efforts. Prescription drugs was another piece that he has interest in. And then he laid out a 10-year desire for funds to help with inflation and climate change and environmental activity. So he's really the key point on how that package may move forward, likely in a different form and name than Build Back Better, but encouraging to hear some more thoughts and ideas around the thoughts and concepts that we have so much interest in, especially around production tax credits. Direct pay benefits for public power entities has been our main focus, watching how the package may continue. So with that, Seth, I'll turn it to you to see if there's any other new updates you'd like to share with the group.
Thanks, Tim. I think you got it pretty well. The main thing is on the Build Back Better side, the tax credits and the climate change provisions weren't the main controversial part. So anything that really comes up in some form on reconciliation, it seems like that will be included on that. It all just depends on the dollar figure they can get forward. Senator Manchin, in what Tim said before, is that he kind of wanted to start from zero again. You really can't start from zero at this point. You got to start with what was non-controversial, then kind of move forward. The dollar figures may change a little bit, but people are a little bit more optimistic now than they were about a month ago. So keep your fingers crossed. We'll keep working it.
Thank you, Seth. That concludes our prepared remarks on the federal side. I'll turn it back to Lisa or Dr. Mulhoff.
Great. Thank you so much, Tim and Seth and the entire team. We've also been working heavily on the local front on solar permitting and so forth along the various counties that we serve. So more to come on that next month, and we'll keep you posted, and thank you for everybody's participation. So with that, back to you, Director Mulhoff.
All right, thank you. And thanks to our folks that are working up in the legislature. I know it's been crazy up there this year, so I see Sarah's agreeing with me. So yes, so thank you for that update, and we appreciate all your work, and I know there's more work to be done. So now exciting things are coming to us, and the Greener Together program update. And I don't know if Tim or Heather is going to tee this up, but I'm looking forward to what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mulhoff. I will do a very brief introduction. And one of the many things I appreciate about the new role is having a stellar team, a key member of which is Ms. Heather Siepken. And I know there's a lot of historical discussion and interest in what Heather's about to share. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to her. Heather.
Thanks, Tim. Good afternoon. And I agree, Director Mulhoff, some exciting things are coming with this program. You know, just to quickly summarize before we, you know, like dig deep into some of the details here, but this is, I joke, this has been the longest running product I think I've ever worked on in my career. I know when I first started, someone had asked me, what's the average time to bring a product to market? And I even said, textbooks would tell you 18 months, but obviously it depends on the complexity of the product and the resources that are available. From the start, sometimes I feel like this particular project has been plagued, and it has been a start, stop journey for us over the last 2 years, actually a little more. So we're really excited to finally bring this to the finish line and go live and allow our customers to begin participating in something that we think they'll appreciate, especially since it's really built based on their feedback. So I do want to give recognition, as I always do. I know I'm the one that gets to speak about it, but there's a huge team behind me that does some fantastic work, anything from the outreach and market research to, evaluating the risks associated with it, to handling the conversations with our customers and packaging it all to what becomes the final solution. I've got a few of them on the call today, so we may even hear from them. So where we started. Like I said, over 2 years ago, where did we start? Well, we started with the feedback. we started with the consistent trickling and feedback that we were receiving from customers about concerns on the current state the Green Power program. And as we started this team of product development and marketing, one of our top areas of focus is to manage a product through its life cycle, which, you know, is from its inception, its conception, all the way to when we need to possibly sunset the product. And so, you know, taking that feedback allowed us to then look at the data and some of the details. And what we saw was that the current Green Power program was really flat. It wasn't growing, and that's a problem in the product space. We were losing as many customers as we were gaining, but I would say we were still losing more than we were gaining. So not a fast decline, definitely a slow one, but it wasn't bringing in continued funds to support the original goals of that program. It did not have the transparency that our customers were looking for. And so really the sum of it is that the current program just didn't meet the needs of our customers. And so we had to review it and we needed to revisit it. So we set out, we established some goals, you know, one, based on that feedback is that, you know, improve the transparency. We knew that that needed to be top of mind. We need, you know, from a business perspective, we needed to increase the customer participation. We need a product that more of our customers want to belong to and want to participate in. We knew because, you know, Green Power, we wanted to continue on that same theme and line of products, that it was supporting in some way or fashion, supporting those renewable and sustainability goals. But at the same time, different than a community solar. We didn't want to just replicate that product opportunity. And lastly, again, coming in through the feedback of our customers is making it more community focused, not just available by the utility, but really getting our customers involved at the center of it. And so this is where our start was, is just establishing, okay, we understand our current state isn't quite meeting the needs of where we want to be, and here are our goals of where we want to grow. The next few slides, Mo, if you want to move forward actually 2 slides, I'm not going to walk through each of these slides. You've seen them before. I came and presented back in October, but really is just a reminder of the work we did around making sure that we had plenty of benchmarking, making sure that we had plenty of insight from our customers. So that journey always starts with us looking at the industry. What are other utilities doing? You know, how are they focused on building a community-based product? How are they focused on building some form of a quote-unquote green energy program? How are they providing that transparency? Taking those goals and kind of relaying off to some of our friends and these other utilities and saying, how are you being successful in this space? And or how are you not being successful in this space, right? There's always something that's good to learn from maybe mistakes that others have made too. And so, you know, the industry research really, as you see here, is just recapping. Most of them have some form of program. It's usually supporting renewable generation or conservation. Some offered shares similar to our community solar program. Some did it in a fund-like manner like we're doing. So I will say one of the really unique findings is that there was no one way to build this program and find success. And so that's, you know, again, you build it for what your customers need. You don't always just build what somebody else has, right? We also did a number of customer outreach. Mo, I'm sorry, if you want to go to the next slide. So in some cases, we did this more than once, but, you know, we did take a lot of existing customer comments. I think I had shared last time that there was a survey that even the Nebraskans for Solar's group had put out, and we used the results of that survey as well. We also initiated our own survey as we had plenty of discussions, not only with customers, just as customers, but also as a part of a community organization in which they belong to. There were multiple workshops, multiple interviews, multiple power panels and focus groups. And really what that led to is just making sure that we understood what it is that they wanted out of a future product. And so if you advance to the next slide, the key customer learnings aligned exactly with our goals. That they wanted OPPD to be that trusted source of information. They wanted it to be community focused and less focused so on generation. They wanted some choice and customization. And what I love about this, you know, you'll hear this even later, when you think about Power the Future 2050 vision and the customer freedom, we talk about bringing choice and customization to our customers. And so this is an opportunity for us to say, okay, let's live that value. Let's live that vision. Having the community involvement. And again, what really screams highly based on just our past program and customer comments is please have some transparency around those funds, how they're being used, and allow us on the inside of perhaps selecting some of those projects. So, unveiling today, the last time we spoke in October, we did not have a product name for it. And Mo, if you want to move to the next slide, we are introducing Greener Together. And a lot of times I hear that this is like the Green Power refresh, redo, or the new and improved Green Power. I would like to just say Green Power is gone. We are sunsetting that. That product is just done. We are introducing something new, and it is called Greener Together. Even in the title, the community selected it. There was a number of surveys and research and focus groups that were conducted to get the title that they felt connected most to, including even like some of the taglines that you'll see on the marketing materials. So from the start, from the naming to the end of whatever these projects become, it really is being selected and driven by our customers. So what is Greener Together? Mo, if you want to advance to the next slide. Greener Together is a similar in Green Power in the sense that customers will subscribe to it. They subscribe to a program at a level in which they choose, and I'll walk through that here in just a moment, that eventually funds community-focused projects that are focused around what you see here: supporting renewable energy, promoting environmental sustainability, and supporting community betterment. There isn't a list of projects that we're going to put out there saying it must be this or it must be that, but these are our guide rails. These are the guideposts, I guess you could say, that what we're saying is, hey, this is the intention of the program, to fall into these three areas, to bring value to not only you as our customer, but to all of the customers around us in the communities that we serve. If you flip to the next slide, Mo, these are just some examples. Like I said, we're not going to have a list that's it's this or it's that. Oops, there you go. So just a couple of examples of what this could look like. You know, anything from an HOA solar project at the playground area or something like that in the neighborhood. A larger sustainability park used by multiple different, communities. We could have some like science fairs and contests that we sponsor, bike paths, pollinator fields. It does not have to be around just generation. It does not need to focus around just advanced technology. Like I said, what we want it to come back to is just to fit into these guideposts of renewable energy, environmental sustainability, and community betterment and education. So with that being said, how do our customers participate? And so Mo, if you want to advance to the next slide, it starts obviously with opting into the program. And so they can opt in at what we kind of are calling flexible pricing or a choose your own price model. So there are tiers, and the customers that participate in this program do receive different benefits depending on the tier that they opt into. And that's based on the funds that they're contributing into the program. It is in 50-cent increments, so they starts at $4.50. They can contribute $4.50 every month, or they could do $5, or they could do $6, or $6.50. You get the point. As long as it's in increments of 50 cents, they really can choose any amount they want. In addition to, I guess I'll say the recurring monthly contribution. From time to time, OPPD will run campaigns for maybe one-time donations, very similar to how we do with the energy assistance product that we have. People can choose to contribute on a monthly basis, but they can also choose to contribute on a one-time basis as well. So we do have some flexible pricing, flexible benefits. We're going to continue to what do I say? We're going to continue to enhance and refine this, right? And so that's one of the I guess I'll just say the framework and functionalities of what we do in product is we never launch a product to sit on a shelf, right? We're always going to be capturing feedback. We're always going to be looking at what is it that our customers in each one of these tier sets, what are they looking for, and how can we continue to improve it for them? Mo, if you want to advance to the next slide. So participating, what does it give them as a benefit? You know, there's a benefit that they get to make an impact, right? They get to support projects that have an immediate impact in the community in which they live and thrive. They get to share their voice. They get to select projects. They get to nominate them. They get to vote on them. They are involved in the process from start to finish, and we'll talk a little bit more about that here in a second. And they gain another sub-community, right? So we're all a community. And then sometimes we feel like we're a community even farther, even further. Maybe we're part of a specific rural community or a metro area community. And sometimes we feel we have a community even further than that based on the associations and groups that we join. And we look at it as that. We are now the Greener Together group, association, club, call it what you want, but we are a community that's bonded together to help use our funds to improve the environment in our local area that we live and thrive in, and it's being selected by us as customers. How they put these program benefits to process is through the application process and review. And Mo, if you want to go ahead and move to the next slide. So how the process works, a little tedious, but I think it's important to share in this forum. Any customer can actually submit ideas. So you don't necessarily have to participate in the Greener Together program to simply say, I've got a great idea. I'd love to see this in my community. Anybody can submit these ideas. There will be a web page, just as there are for any of our products, that's dedicated to information, status update, sharing, as well as an application portal dashboard, I guess we'll call it for lack of better words. So first you have the submission of a number of different project ideas. And then we have a review committee. We have this review cycle. The first step is the review committee, and that is going to be comprised of actual Greener Together customers, so participants in the program, as well as some OPPD personnel. This is a smaller group. There'll be an opportunity on our website for people to quote unquote apply to be a part of this review committee. And what they're responsible for is scoring these. And again, in a second, we'll walk through the scoring matrix and some of the criteria there. But our customers are at the table really saying, okay, here's an opportunity that was submitted. Here's the scoring matrix. Let's discuss this. Which ones are, rising higher than others and have more value for maybe the broader community. They will consult an OPPD advisory board. And this is, again, just more of a double check on some just like risk that could occur that's maybe, I guess I'll say it, an aptitude beyond what maybe a standard customer or even some of the employees and personnel of OPPD would understand, and just making sure that we've covered that off. And so we will consult the advisory board. This could circle a little bit where we need to come back to the review committee and have some further conversations. But again, looking for that review committee that's led by our customers and a small group of employees to really take those ideas and move through the ones that follow the criteria that are laid out by the product. From there, it's choose. And this is where it's entirely really in the hands of our Greener.
Heather will be right back with us. She periodically loses audio, so we've developed a little bit of a routine here. I won't propose to cover content, but she'll be back.
I'm back. This happens a little too often. I think everybody's getting used to it. Sorry about that. So the last phase is the choose phase, and I don't know where I cut out, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating, but this is where it's entirely in the hands of our Greener Together participants. And this is where those tier levels start to kind of also play a difference as well. So our Greener Together participants, regardless of what tier that you choose to enter on, is going to help us rank the approved projects. And again, this will all be done online and in a digital format where they're starting to kind of make this vote to the ones that they want. And we're naturally going to see a few that tend to funnel to the top. We haven't decided where that cutoff is quite yet, but there would be like a cut point, a cutoff list. And this is where the next phase of it is to actually choose the top project or projects, I guess I should say, that we move forward with. When you are participating at the highest tier level of Greener Together, you're part of that select group that actually gets to choose. And so discussions and voting among them to say, this is the one that we think we should move forward with first. So again, all the way from the beginning in the participation, the submission of ideas down to the actual selection of the project that we will move forward with is really in the hands of our customers with a little bit of guidance from OPPD. So on the next slide, what you'll see is that not pricing at all, the project scoring matrix. And this is not an all-inclusive list, but this is just simply to give you kind of an idea of how we're working through, you know, what is that scoring matrix going to look like and to enable those projects to move forward. Like we said, we want to make sure that it falls within those three categories, but that it has environmental impact, it does have a community benefit, and that it's also a viable project. There's project viability. What is really exciting here is you heard a presentation earlier today from Ms. Muth about some of the work that they're doing with like the HDR group as well. This team is connected tightly into that community work stream of the Pathways to Decarbonization project, as well as consulting with HDR to ensure that we have an unbiased and clear scoring matrix for our projects moving forward. So I think Ryan said it best. It's just really interesting to see how a lot of these work streams begin to really overlap and connect with each other, but additionally, they're connecting with other projects throughout the district already. And this is just a great example of how we're bringing some of this to life. So like I said, this is just some of the scoring categories are set, these subcategories and some of the metrics that will be used. Those are still a little bit in flight and in flux and will continue to be refined as we get closer and closer to selecting those projects. On the next slide, and coming around the horn here and finalizing, I'm sure there's some questions, just to kind of share some of our goals and projections. As I opened with, we knew that the Green Power program had fallen flat. We were, you know, gaining and losing about the same amount every year, with a little bit more loss than we had gained. So looking out, yes, we applied the say-do analysis. We continue to discount that even further. But based on our projections and the conversations that we've had with the community and the surveys that have been completed, we do anticipate this to be very much a growing program. We also expect that it's going to take 10 years to get to its maturation point. So we'll launch here in next month in April, but it will take us about 10 years to get to that fully seen potential, but with growth occurring every year. So what this means is that there are going to be projects that happen. It's not going to take us 10 years to get to a project, but it could be maybe some smaller scale projects in the interim until we get to that full point, I guess I'll say, maturation point of the product. And at that point where we can begin to fund maybe some larger scale projects for the community. So they've even set out some 2022 goals, as you can see over here on the left. Just, you know, our goal, 95% retention. That's 95% of those that are currently participating in Green Power. We certainly would like to retain them and move them into this new product. In addition, we want to add signups this year that maybe were not participating in the prior Green Power program, getting us to about 6,000 total customers, about $245,000 in revenue generated. And what we're setting our sights on is that we can potentially get 15 project applications that are submitted this year, with a couple of projects that we're even able to fund before the end of the year. And then lastly, just that, you know, participation is a big part of this, not just participation in, hey, I signed up, but participation in, hey, I signed up and I want to participate in my role for the product. And so again, we're shooting for about 40% customer voting participation there as well. So the last couple of things here for you, Mo, if you want to move to the next slide, how do we get to some of these projections? How do we get to this market saturation? Obviously through our marketing objectives that we do, and making sure that we are bringing the awareness out to our community and all of our customer owners. And so you'll see us, you know, obviously market through traditional means of social, print, digital, and media. Our contact center has always been a wonderful channel for us when it comes to these green focus programs. We also plan on amping up some of our in-person events and making sure that we're visible in the community, whether this is at events that are already currently happening and we're making an appearance, or there are events that we are establishing and setting up. And some of that is tied to the customer engagement for the future strategic initiative. We also are going to be doing a little bit of a local organization circuit and making sure that we're going out and that we're talking to some of our friends, you know, and whether it's, again, Nebraskans for Solar or Sierra Club or some of the other organizations. We know that they are going to be a large advocate for us when it comes to this program, and we certainly want not only their participation, but all of their friends and family that share our mutual goals to participate as well. So rural and metro, we're making sure that we take these events and we take this opportunity to get as far-reaching as possible. But with that being said, we also know sometimes people want to know, what does this really look like? And so Mo, if you advance to the next slide, we have decided that OPPD will go ahead and fund and launch the very first Greener Together project. And so this is in partnership with Bellevue University. We will be launching a sustainable edible orchard and grass flower demonstration plot. This will be located at the OPPD Arboretum. We also have partnership with Bellevue University, but also with the Nebraska Statewide Arboretum is involved in the planning and implementation of the plot. I will invite Brittany if you guys have some more detailed questions, but what I understand of the project so far is really it's a grass pollinator plot that'll include some native Nebraska grass species. There's both warm and cool seasons so that it can be year round. And that it's also going to include some like fruit and nut trees that are consumable. So just showing like it doesn't always need to be around generation, but there are things that we can do for our community that are still, again, sustainable and healthy, that are viable, that are educational, meeting the needs of the program. And lastly, well, almost lastly, sorry, Mo, if you want to go to the next slide, just when is this all going to happen? So just to go through the timeline here, in February, which yes was last month, we did seize new signups for the Green Power program. So back in November, maybe December, you guys, meaning the board, you guys had approved the sunset of the Green Power program, which is set to expire here this month. And so it didn't make sense to continue to sign people up into a program that almost weeks later we were going to communicate and transition them. So that did happen, as well as some of the internal training that we needed to occur in order for that to occur, so with our contact center. So here we sit in March. In March, what you'll start to see or hear about is that there will be communications going out to only our current participants in the Green Power program. This is, again, providing them the opportunity to transition over to the new Greener Together program. They have the opportunity to opt out. We do need to hear back from them by March 31st of this month. Which at that time is when we approve for the rate rider to expire. So Green Power will officially no longer be a product in our portfolio. And then in April, that's where the official launch of the program begins. That's when we really go live with the new product and we can start to bill for the participation in this program. We'll have some additional training. It says contact center, but honestly, that's going to be pretty much enterprise-wide for appropriate departments. So that we can begin the enrollment and communication. The external marketing, that's where this starts. So again, we're not doing that here in March. We're only focused on the converting current customers, but the external marketing events and communications and social media and all of that will begin here in April. And then the big announcement is actually being unveiled at the Earth Day event that is scheduled in April. And so we will have a little bit of a spotlight there to bring some attention to this program. So with that being said, I close on the next slide, Mo. What is exciting about this product, not only is it exciting that after a 2+ year journey, we are coming to the finish line, not only is it exciting that we are bringing something that basically is built by our customers and we're just the medium to bring it to life, but we're excited about how this is incredibly cross-functional in terms of the goals that OPPD desires to provide. So anything from some of our strategic directives of involving our community and completing the outreach to improving customer satisfaction of product opportunities that are available to some of the environmental stewardship goals that we have in place. And so I suspect that you're going to see on some of the SD monitoring reports moving forward, Greener Together will be mentioned in each of these, maybe even some others, about how they're helping us achieve those goals. But also when you look at just our strategy and our strategic vision and where we want to go, anything from Powering the Future 2050 to some of the ideas that we have for customer engagement for the future, as well as the pathways to decarbonization, which again, complementary presentation that occurred today, this hits in each one of those areas too. And this new product probably also, I guess I'll say, tapping on some other areas of the organization that we're not even visually depicting on this slide. But it is exciting to show how we're really looking at this in a very holistic manner and finding those solutions, like I said, that work for us as a business, as OPPD, but also work for our customer. And so with that, I am concluded on my presentation. Happy to take some questions.
Rick, do you want to ask your question that you put in the chat?
Sure. Back on slide 115, I have a comment too, and I don't expect, you know, a prompt answer on my question, but we talk about the greener together overview, the promote environmental sensitivity, and that the project will be able to measure the reduction in environmental impacts such as blah, blah, blah. And then we've got kind of 8 slides later, the OPPD and Bellevue University launch project. My question was, can you help me understand what metrics you'll get out of that launch project? And that's kind of a specific question. The larger question is the metrics that you'll be using, are they, where do they come from? Are they part of our sustainability metrics that we use to better understand what OPPD is doing? So just help me understand how it all connects.
Yeah, I think this is a great question. And I should probably back up and be very clear on this slide as well, that one project does not need to meet all 3 of these boxes. So in this case, you know, is it supporting renewable energy? Is it promoting environmental sustainability? It can be an and, or is it also supporting community betterment? And so what I would say is that the Bellevue one, to go narrow on your question, and then I'll back out a little bit wider for you, to go narrow on the Bellevue, the partnership with Bellevue and the pollinator plot that we're putting, it really falls underneath this community betterment category. And so the metrics for each of these are going to change, right? And so we know that it's got high project viability. We know that it's got a low risk. I know that you're probably looking like, yeah, but what's the carbon reduction that we're going to measure? But not in all cases, we may not have that measurable, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So it's a great example of saying, like, it's not always going to be a metric or a measurable that is on an environmental report. But we didn't want to necessarily eliminate some of the community betterment projects that maybe don't have that direct measurable, but still are providing value and pleasure to our community in terms of what, you know, whatever that project is. If I was to back out a little bit and not talk about just that particular project. So what are some of the metrics that define the success? And again, there's multiple levels here. So, you know, at a product level, I'm going to say participation, you know, participation in numbers of those that are participating in the program, to the funds that we're raising, to the projects that we're completing. If I was to go to the next level, what I'm going to tell you is that part of the application process is going to review, and the submitter will have to, I guess I'll say, submit what is their metrics of success. And so we are not, what we don't want to do is stop, we don't want to stop a project from being suggested because we're putting specific metrics that we feel need to be measured in place. We would rather it be somewhat unique and customized for each of the projects that come in to decide, okay, what are the appropriate measurables for that? Some of them are going to be standard, you know, like I said, carbon reduction, emissions reduction, you know, reducing our waste, reducing usage. But some of them are more, I guess I'll say, qualitative, and what is it doing for the betterment of the community, the happiness of the community, but it's also, like I said, related to a green effort, a clean world type effort. I don't know if that specifically answers you, and I apologize, Director Yoder, but I just want to show that it's not super specific. There is a little bit of gray here intentionally.
Yeah, no, I get it. And whatever we do today, or whatever the date is for the rollout, you know, a year from now, you'll have learned something and you'll be constantly improving the product. I'm confident of that. I'll just share my perspective on this is this and with everything. My hope is that it ties back to mission, and you've done a good job of connecting it to SDs, and hopefully all of those tie back to the mission. The struggle that I have in my years of experience in talking with people in business and public is people can get caught up in specific actions, say recycling, and kind of forget kind of the larger issue of environmental sensitivity or reducing risk to human health and the environment. And I would hope that's the role for OPPD as the trusted source of information and its expertise as it works with the community groups to help them understand those connections, and that the community grows and benefits not just from the projects, but from the gain in understanding and expertise that OPPD can offer them. So thank you very much. Excited about the change, excited about the program.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments. Thank you very much. A lot for us to think about.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. And certainly anytime you plant trees and make green space instead of parking lots, it's a win for the environment. So I think that's a really good first project that we have. Eric, you have had your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much. I really appreciate the presentation about the new program here. I think this is excellent. I've asked for a while about the ways that we could update the Green Power program, and I appreciate the work that you and your team and everybody have put into this. Specifically, the fact that we used a robust community engagement process in determining what the new program should look like. I think that's great. I will say I personally have been a participant in the Green Power program for a number of years, and so I did also see some of that via email. I'm very glad to see the flexible participation, both the varying levels, and then, as you said, the self-determined amount to the 50-cent increment. And then in some of the comments, when we had talked about the desire to see a new program, there was some highlight of transparency, both in where the funds were coming from and where the funds were being utilized. And so, again, I think that's another excellent point of this program, that participants will be able to not only suggest ways in which funds can be utilized, but then also see how the funds are used, and then be directly involved in the selection of which of those projects are moving forward. And so from the definition of success that we talked about when we discussed a desire to see a new program, I think we've hit a lot of the metrics here. This looks really great. I'm looking forward to seeing the outreach, and I'm very hopeful that, similar to the community solar program, that we way over exceed our expectations in a short timeline, and we see a bunch of people signing up to help fund great projects and suggesting projects that can move forward. So yeah, again, just thanks very much for the presentation today. When people ask, I'll make sure and refer them to this. And I know people who have asked in the past who will love to see this presentation, and will be glad to get that link so they can sign up now. So thank you for everything.
Thank you, Director Williams.
Yeah, thank you. I think the more we can get people to participate in the decarbonization efforts in any way, I think the more successful we'll be. So Amanda, I see your hand raised.
Thank you. I am really excited about this reboot, this redo, and how it'll play out. I'm excited about what it'll look like. Can we advance to the pricing, tiers, and benefits slide? I think it's the last one in this deck, maybe second to last. There you go. I think that I was maybe a little confused about who gets to vote on the potential projects. From what was said earlier, I thought that maybe only one of these tiers was, but on this slide, it looks like all three tiers will have a vote. Can you clarify that for me?
I sure can. I apologize. I don't know if I made that very clear. All three tiers will get to do the initial vote. And so after it goes through the review committee, and so some projects may not make it past the review committee, right? They don't meet the mission and objective of the product. So the remaining ones that go, all 3 tiers get to initially take a vote. And this is going to help us prioritize which ones funnel to the top, right? From there, there'll be kind of like what I'm going to call a cut line. And so the top potential projects, you would need to be in the gold or emerald tier to be able to vote on the final selection of which one we move forward. So everybody gets to help with kind of that prioritization, that initial voting to get to the state of which ones are our top selected, but only the top 2 tiers can take the top selected and move them forward.
Okay, so help me understand the reasoning behind this type of structured approach. I'm a little iffy about it.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Really what it is we want to be able to incentivize those that are providing more to the program. You know, this is, again, all of these projects are funded nearly entirely by customer dollars. And so, you know, those that are maybe providing $100 a month versus those that are providing $450, we want to make sure that they're feeling valued for the contribution level that they're making. So everybody gets a say, everybody gets to participate, but there is just a little bit of a delineation there at the end. You know, everybody gets to help get those projects, so like I said, to the prioritization that they're at the top. But those that are contributing more to the product essentially get that benefit of making the final decision. Can I also state that two other comments is one, you know, we're hoping for thousands of participants. And, you know, you get this, working in any organization, put 1,000 people in a room to try to make a decision is incredibly difficult. So it also helps us get to a smaller group of decision makers to carry these projects forward. And lastly, I do want to acknowledge all of this was well vetted and tested with our customers, and it's designed based on their feedback and what they felt was fair and valuable as a participant.
Okay, thank you. That helps me a lot, because I certainly don't want you know, a customer perception to, I don't want a customer to perceive that that it's an exclusive group, and I want it to be more inclusive. It's designed to be inclusive, and so I want to make sure that that type of I would say core value is being upheld here. So thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, and Amanda, I think if there was more distance between the silver and the emerald, it would be more exclusive. I mean, if we had the emerald at $100 or $5,000, it would be certainly a lot more exclusive, whereas it's not that far from 650 to 10. So those ranges are pretty close together, yet it helps us to narrow the field. So thank you for that comment, though. I appreciate it. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, following on some of the logistics there, on the vote on projects and on the select winning projects, I know the intention is to have a smaller group, not every single participant. Is that envisioned as a virtual participation, or are you thinking this is like a stakeholder committee that actually physically meets, or is that a detail to be determined?
Okay, no, I love this question because I was just thinking about this today. I mean, there is a lot of, I will say, virtual participation. There'll be an online dashboard and a way for people to participate. But as you know, we start to exit the pandemic conditions, I guess I'll call it. And as you know, I'm also leading customer engagement for the Future Strategic Initiative. I think it provides an excellent opportunity to bring us together as a community and have some good discussions and continue to get insight and feedback from our participants. So I will say it's going to start off in a more digital online format, but my hopes is that the program will evolve to a point where we're bringing us together again in person and having those conversations.
And I appreciate the recognition of using all methods of engagement possible. There are some inherent barriers when meetings have a particular structure, and so I'm sure that as we move forward, we just keep an open mind about ways in which everyone can participate, especially because some of the projects will have benefits in parts of our community who may not be able to attend in person at a, we talked about this for board meetings. Tuesday at 10 o'clock works great for some people, not great for others. So I appreciate making sure that we have engagement strategies that incorporate everyone as we go forward. And you've highlighted that, so I just wanted to make sure that I echoed an appreciation for that focus. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Director Williams.
I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So Heather, thank you for presenting today. I just have one point of clarification. So if a church or a school or a community organization has a project that they would like considered, there will be an application process? Is that what you're saying? And then they can, so if a church wants to put up solar and then the committee would vote on it, or the customers would vote on it and then weed it out. Okay,
Yes.
so this
Yeah,
could be any church or any
I want to clarify with your comment. A church or a school absolutely can apply, and we just need to make sure, again, we go back to those 3 fundamental goals. So what this program will not do is become a rooftop solar solution for individual businesses or nonprofits. So just to make sure that that's clear.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was a question I had, so that I appreciate that clarification. So, all right. We're a little bit over time, but it was so exciting to see this, and I thank you for the time that you spent with that today. So I will turn it back to Amanda then. That concludes PI. So Amanda, it's yours.
All right, thank you. We are going to take a bit of a break. Let's do a 10-minute break. Coming back at 2:40, and we're spot on our agenda right now. Good job. I'll give everyone a moment here to rejoin. All right, next on our list here, we have confirmation of board meeting agenda. So presently we have 2 items on the consent agenda. Would any of the board like to move either of those consent items to board discussion? Going once, I'm not hearing anything, going twice. All right, we will leave those items on the consent agenda. Moving along to the board work plan. So as I described during the governance chair report, we are kind of changing up our methodology with regard to talking about the work plan at the all committees meeting. So during this part of meetings going forward, we'll use this time to review any potential new board work plan items that warrant consideration for resources and prioritization. So at this time, are there any items that need to be elevated into consideration for the board work plan? And you'll have an opportunity each month to add to the parking lot. All right, no one's chiming in, so I think we're good on our work plan items right now. We can move on now to the next item of business, which is the Power with Purpose natural gas generation, transmission, and solar updates. Mr. Underwood, am I kicking this to you?
Yeah, I think that's great. I'll turn it over to the team here. I know we have a number of significant leaders who are going to give us a status on the update. And one of them you may not be as familiar with, and so I'd like to call her out in advance. Chris Bywater, she works in our alternative energy programs area. She's a significant contributor as it comes to project management and actually being able to implement some of these work efforts. And so I just want to welcome Chris to the discussion in Ms. Kennedy's absence. And with that having been said, I will turn it over to Ms. Walker.
Thanks, Brad. Next slide, please. All right, for our Standing Bear Lake and Turtle Creek Station facilities, preliminary grading efforts continue with the warmer weather. We're definitely going to have a good opportunity to progress those significantly as the temperature increases. In addition, our EPC, or Engineer Procure Construct vendor, Zachary, has been preparing and planning for construction activities at both sites. And with that, we are anticipating in mid-April that Zachary would look to mobilize at Standing Bear Lake Station. So if you look over on the right-hand side, the top picture is of Standing Bear Lake Station, and specifically they would look to mobilize in that orange triangle. We call that the Northwest Triangle. That's just west of the Standing Bear Lake site proper. And what that means by mobilize is they would look to bring in temporary facilities and offices, perform some additional grading to prepare the site to accept material deliveries, equipment, and other supplies. Similarly, for Turtle Creek Station, those efforts could start as soon as the end of this month. And then also, Zachary is looking to plan major work efforts at the substations at each site. For Standing Bear Lake, that would occur in May of 2022. And then, which is on the upper right-hand corner, it's marked substation, so that would be in that area. And then for Turtle Creek Station, they are looking to mobilize major work efforts for substation in the April timeframe. And I just might point that out. It's that kind of that middle triangle on the Turtle Creek Station, middle rectangle on the Turtle Creek Station picture on the bottom there. And then one other thing I wanted to note is that we've been working with Metropolitan Utilities District. That will be the gas supply vendor at Standing Bear Lake. and they've gone ahead and installed a portion of the gas pipeline on the southern side of the site, and that's in order to coordinate ahead of any efforts by Zachary, where they would utilize some of that southern part of the site for laydown efforts. And with that, that concludes an update on Standing Bear Lake and Turtle Creek Station. And I think next up is Danny Belt to share on transmission and substation.
Megan, can we pause for some questions?
Oh, sure.
Sure.
If anyone has any, I do. I'll if you go back to that slide, thank you. On that EPC laydown area, what would the intention be of Zachary after the project's complete? How does that site get restored?
Yeah, we actually are in a licensing agreement with NUD. That is still their property and land, and so we would restore it back to what it is right now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, go ahead, Danny.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Megan. So just to provide a quick update on some of the delivery assets associated with Power with Purpose, I wanted to touch on just a few key highlights for this month. First of all, we want to just express how pleased we are with the great progress of our easement acquisition effort. Through the cooperation of our agents and the landowners in the area, we've been able to achieve approximately 65% of our easements voluntarily to this point. Some of the next steps involve issuing final offer letters, which those went out last week. So of the approximately 25 landowners that we need easements from to complete this project, we've got 17 that are either completely signed or we have some form of agreement. So the last 8 would have received a final offer letter detailing out kind of where OPPD stands in our position and address any kind of final steps that we might need to take. Although filing of condemnation actions will probably take place over the next few weeks, our agents will continue to work with these landowners. Our goal, as always, is to attain all of these easements voluntarily, and we'll continue to negotiate even through the processes where we've issued final offer letters and started our processes with condemnation. On the actual Sarpy Southwest Transmission Project, Brink Constructors is now on site. They're starting to receive materials and offload them on site and get them ready for hauling to the right-of-way. Some of the original parts and pieces that we're going to see on the site are going to be including things such as anchor bolt cages, miscellaneous hardware, with some of the larger steel poles coming a little bit later towards the end of April. For the first portions of the transmission construction, we're going to probably see somewhere around the week of March 21st, where we start the first foundation work near some of the active substation sites that are at the remote ends of the project. A few outstanding network upgrade components of the project is really the remote end substation work, the things that aren't included in some of the EPC type projects that Megan just described, where we're starting to prepare that end of those transmission lines by building the additional breaker bays, really looking at some of those protection relaying modifications and other types of work that we need to do at those sites. So some of those updates were shared last month with some photos. And a goal over the coming months will be to share some further photos as we progress through those construction activities on those remote end sites, as well as the transmission lines in between. And with that, I'll pause for any questions.
I don't see any hands. Are there any questions, folks?
All right, very good. Then I'm going to pass it on to Christine Bywater. Chris?
Thank you, Danny. And thank you, Brad, for the introduction. I appreciate that. Okay, for the solar update, we'll go ahead and start with an update on the generation interconnection and the progress that we continue to make. As you all know, there is a national backlog that continues to hamper the efforts of all new generation, not just renewables, and that's a challenge for utilities as well as private developers. SPP and FERC have their full attention on the issue. We continue to work with them. And we also are continuing to work with national advocacy groups to try and find solutions for the challenge of generation interconnection. Next slide, please. Okay, the next challenge we have is with the supply chain. We're keeping an eye on things that are moving here. Currently, the Department of Homeland Security has a withhold release order to ban silica from the Xinjiang region in China. And that applies to all silica-based products that are made by Hoshine, which is allegedly using forced labor tactics in all of their manufacturing. In addition to that, the Department of Commerce is currently reviewing an anti-circumvention case against solar cells that are assembled in other countries, but still using components from China to try and get around some of those issues. Also, globally, module suppliers are working to find new sources of silica outside of the Xinjiang region and outside of China, but they're finding there are limited suppliers and they're still being hampered by increased commodity prices and increased lead times as well. And next slide, please. All right, ongoing, we are working on community outreach. We continue to put updates on oppdcommunityconnect.com. We have just recently put out some updated FAQs for the Power with Purpose project, along with other solar educational materials. And we continue to work on advocacy and education all across our service territory. We're doing that by working towards favorable solar zoning regulations, continuing to work with the Nebraska legislature, as well as attending frequent meetings with local officials. We're answering questions, helping them understand what our development process is for these solar projects. Next slide, please. All right, so with respect to project development, it's important to know that solar and wind projects may be sited by a utility like OPPD or a private solar developer. FERC has allowed this for many decades as part of their open access rules that they have. And these solar developers that are allowed to do this, they work completely independently of a utility like OPPD to develop their own projects. Some of the things that they might do on these projects that they're developing, or that we may do as well, would be to work on securing lease options with willing landowners, working through the regulatory process with the counties or cities that are involved, trying to interconnect to the grid, making a plan for that, and then continued outreach and education for the public. One of the most important things, though, to note is that OPPD does not officially endorse a solar project until we have an executed contract. However, in the meantime, we may attend public meetings to support forward movement of solar development in general. Next slide, please. Okay, as we look to the future success of our project here, we want to make sure that everyone knows that OPPD remains committed to the 2019 resolution to add 400 to 600 megawatts of solar to our generation portfolio. And we know that partnerships are going to be critical for the successful implementation of all these solar projects. So what we'll do is continue to work with industry experts on some of the supply chain challenges, work with developers to find creative solutions for some of the roadblocks that we have identified. We'll continue to work with FERC and SPP on interconnection, as well as other local and regulatory folks on permitting projects. And then we'll just keep up that community education so we can make sure that people understand what is involved in our project development and what is not involved in our project development. And that is the last slide that I have. Are there any questions?
Any questions, folks? I don't see any hands right now.
Thank you.
Is that the last slide for this? That was quicker than I expected. All right, with that, that is the last item on our agenda today. So just to reconfirm, Thursday board meeting is at 5 p.m. via WebEx. So visit oppd.com to gain access to that. And we will be here then. I'll see you.